Mr. Placco, can you call roll, please?
Lori Krenisky,
Here.
Linda Grassi,
Here.
Denise Brewster,
Here.
Scott Fishel,
Here.
Dennis King.
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On behalf of the Board of Education, I'd like to welcome all students, staff, parents, and interested community members to tonight's Board of Education meeting. I'd like to remind everyone that this is a meeting of the Board of Education held in public for the purpose of conducting a school district business and is not to be considered a public community meeting. There is time for public comment during the meeting in the public participation section on the agenda. Make a motion to approve the November 21st, 2024 board minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right. Mr. Placco, can you call roll?
Scott Fishel,
Aye.
Dennis Keeney,
Aye.
Lori Krenisky,
Aye.
Linda Grassi,
Aye.
Denise Brewster.
Aye. Do we have any time to make motions to move things from our agenda?
Yeah, but we'd have to do it now before we get in. Yep.
Can we do that?
Mm-hmm.
I would like to make a motion to table item A under header 16 until further discussion, as we have not had discussion and no consensus is in place for the process of communications from the board. Can I get a second on that?
Okay.
Header 16.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Lori, did you second that?
I did.
Is there any discussion on that? Okay, can we call the roll?
Well, question again, I guess, which part of section 16,
Item A,
item A? Okay.
since we have not had discussion on that, and we continue to not have discussion on the process for board communication, we can't agree on a process.
Well, I would add that the board has agreed, once the board has voted, the board moves forward, and the board had voted at least a couple times on that in the affirmative, so the board has spoken in the past.
But we keep putting a resolution on the agenda to have that on our, to have that, so I'm just asking that we remove it. There's no other further discussion. Mr. Platco, can you call the roll on that?
Lori Krenisky,
Aye.
Linda Grassi,
Aye.
Denise Brewster,
No.
Scott Fishel,
Nay.
Dennis Keeney.
Nay.
Motion declined, or motion failed.
I would also like to propose a resolution to remove item B under header number 16. We haven't had conversation on that either, and we had some disagreement on that at our last meeting. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on that?
Here, I'll just add, this resolution does not really give any special power to the Buildings and Ground Committee Chair, just so they can add items. So I did research to see if it goes against our school policy, and it doesn't. So at this time, I don't know that there's, it doesn't really have any special benefit.
It doesn't have any benefit, at least
Right.
we don't think it has any benefit, but it doesn't give any of our other committee heads. It just doesn't seem to make sense or be consistent with our committee process. There's no other discussion. Can we call the roll?
Linda Grassi,
Aye.
Denise Brewster,
Nay.
Scott Fishel,
Nay.
Dennis Keeney,
Nay.
Lori Krenisky.
Aye. Motion failed.
Okay. I would like to remove item C under header 16, to table conversation on item C, which, for the record, we get there. Yeah, item C is a building addition at Buckeye Elementary, and we haven't had any conversation on that at this board table at all. We've had very brief conversation at the Buildings and Grounds Committee meeting, in which we did not agree at all on the proposal. And so I feel further conversation is required prior to making a decision on item C, which is a building addition to Buckeye Elementary. So I'm asking that we remove that from the agenda item until we can have further conversation.
Second.
There's no other discussion on removing that agenda item. Mr. Platko, can you call the roll?
Denise Brewster,
Nay.
Scott Fishel,
Nay.
Dennis Keeney,
Nay.
Lori Kniske,
Aye.
Linda Grassi.
Aye.
Motion failed.
I would also like to ask that we remove item D under header number 16, which is to move interest revenue from our general fund to the permanent improvement fund within 5 business days after being received. This also is not recommended by our CFO and our treasurer. It is not recommended by myself either, but I'm not on the finance committee, but that hasn't been brought to our attention. And our 5-year forecast did not include that as part of the 5-year forecast.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion on that item?
Yeah, I would like to add that that is additional revenue, and it does no harm to the operating account, and it does no harm to the ability of the district to operate, and so I want to make that note.
And I will say that those funds were included in the 5-year forecast, were they not?
Yes.
So it does have a negative effect.
So this is the motion to remove it?
Correct.
Okay.
There's no other discussion. Can we call the roll on that?
Scott Fishel,
Nay.
Dennis Keeney,
Nay.
Lori Kniske,
Aye.
Linda Grassi,
Aye.
Denise Brewster.
Nay. Motion failed.
And the last item I would like to remove is item E under header 16. For the same reasons, it's not recommended to be moving $1 million from our general fund and moving that over to the PI fund. Our 5-year forecast isn't even, the ink isn't even dry on the 5-year forecast submission. And we are now proposing to move $1 million out of that, which takes away dollars from the education of our students.
I'll
So,
second.
Thank you.
So I would add that it does not take away money from the education of our students. This, again, is the property tax revaluation money, which will be additional revenue. The school district has not seen that in the past, and this is a portion, a smaller portion of that, to help the PI fund until the revenues come in from the following next half of the year.
And
So I just
again,
want to make that note.
I would like to be clear that those dollars were absolutely included in the 5-year forecast that we just submitted. Is that not correct, Mr. Platko?
Yes.
Thank you.
Again, so this is the motion to remove it?
Yes, ma'am. There's no other discussion. Can we call the roll, please?
Dennis Keeney,
Nay.
Lori Kniske,
Aye.
Linda Grassi,
Aye.
Denise Brewster,
Nay.
Scott Fishel.
Nay.
Motion failed.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, that brings us to special reports.
Okay, thank you. I have 3 tonight. First up, really excited to turn it over to Mr. Hall and Mrs. Lucas and the Riverside Academy, Auburn Academy for their update. Mr. Hall is Riverside's also Elf on the Shelf today, so we're excited to have him here as well, present and kind of give an update on Auburn Academy and all the great things that are going on there. He's joined us as well as Mr. Schmidt, so we're excited to have the A-team here.
You have, oh, yeah. You can't borrow this, sorry.
You're looking great.
Well, thank you. I'm not feeling great, as you guys can hear. I sound like Froggy from Little Rascals, so I'm not going to talk too much about this. I'm going to introduce, I shouldn't say introduce, but talk a little bit about where we are at with our personalized learning. training. The slide that you see has not completely in order, but what we've been doing. So we are in our third year right now of our personalized learning training and development. We've worked through mainly the ESCs of the Western Reserve and Summit County. That's Jake Miller, because Jake works out of both offices, but there's been lots of folks involved in that process. Transform was down in Columbus a year ago. That was a series of 4 trainings, full-day trainings, that involved just several districts. But the ones that I listed there, the 4 that are there, Talmadge, Perry, Twinsburg, Mason, and there was, I believe, Westchester, Lakota may have been there as well, but I don't remember exactly if it was at school. But a lot of networking, a lot of sharing, a lot of really good ideas happening there. And then closer to home, Willoughby Eastlake, Mayfield, they do a lot of some of the things that we are doing in terms of what we want to do in personalized learning, and also what we are doing currently. Flexible learning options, learn and earn, part of that process. And our academy is going to talk a little bit more about that flexible learning option here once I get through going through this. Knowledge Works was also where we started. This was prior to my time in the district. State grant for personalized learning, and that's how this all began. The experiences that we've had and how we're learning from this, a lot of networking from teachers, so learner inventories have come from that. Classroom setup, that could be something as simple as the furniture we put in the classroom, how we organize our kids, how we make student learning visible, presenting student voice. Interdisciplinary work, these guys are really going to talk to you about that a little bit later, but bottom line is we're taking teachers and we're working together to create lessons that are all problem-based, and kids own it. We are facilitators of learning, so we provide the resources, the guidance, those good things, and they make that learning authentic. As the last bullet point there, or second to last, more realistic. And then finally, our Auburn Academy. And out of this, we'll be talking about future academies as well. So where we're at, our staff is researching, we're collaborating, planning, implementing, and evaluating these personalized learning journeys. We are going to be doing personalized learning in the campus with all of our staff. Coming January, February, March, those months coming, we will have a lesson presented. We'll be able to go and check it out, see what's happening, provide some feedback on that, evaluate, and improve from that. As I mentioned earlier, our teachers are the facilitators of this experience. Their roles are for guidance, okay? They are providing serious feedback, a lot of extensions, and then the roles that our kids work through in those groups. Again, what they're going to talk about will address some of that as well. Collaborative learning activities is nothing new. We've worked in quads, duos, tries, even singletons who are still not singletons. They work with the groups. They just feel like they feel better sitting at a desk by themselves. But I've seen that happen as well. A real good example of that is our qualitative reasoning learning, by which Mrs. Googe is one of our teachers of that. Hybrid learning opportunities, and that's just a way to learn in a place that's different than a classroom. It's still learning. And then making student learning visible. That could be something as simple as a XY axis on a board, and you're scoring how well you know whatever standard it is that we're working at, or the power standards that we go. And kids are telling you right then and there, so you have that feedback. And it's real simple stuff, but it's good stuff. So I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Lucas, and she's going to talk to you a little bit more about our personalized learning journey in particular with Auburn Academy.
Good evening, everybody. I am not Mrs. Lucas.
Okay.
Mr. Schmidt, and I'm here. I've been fortunate enough. I serve as an instructional coach for our district, and I've been able to be kind of adopted by the Auburn Academy team to kind of be the 6th member of their team and kind of support and see which ways we can go to grow the program and to help them any ways we can. Sorry. So last year in the spring, when this was coming to fruition and the ideas were out there, the idea of, well, why are we doing this, and why do we need this for our kids? And there's many reasons. The biggest of which we've highlighted here is one that traditionally, students that would attend Auburn Career Center, while they're getting a very good education in their vocation or an area of interest, they had somewhat limited access to what they could do on the campus when they come back to school. So administrators, teachers are thinking, I think we can give these kids more, give them more options to round out their education here while they're still in high school. So we've also noticed that there's a wider variety of students that attend Auburn Career Center now, many of which are still on a traditional career path post-high school, but many now are on a trajectory to attend a college program as well, and the programs they're in at Auburn give them a head start on those programs. So we have a very wide range of students in their interests and their backgrounds and their needs. So,
Mr. Schmidt, could you please explain that when the students previously came here, why they were limited on what they can do and how that got expanded? What
Yeah.
they can do now?
So there's a slide coming on that.
Okay, did I jump
Which is,
ahead? Sorry.
yeah, which is awesome. But yeah,
It's pretty eye.
it'll be better.
Yeah.
Basically, without having to live bell to bell like a typical student, and with the teachers that are student focused, it's much easier, as you'll see, to get a variety of activities for the kids to be able to do.
Yeah, and the reason I asked was we'd gone over it before, but I just wanted everyone to
Yeah.
be aware of it, yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up. And our teachers then have made it a goal to adjust and adapt and meet the needs of the learners that are in front of them versus just content. And we continue to grow our practice, and we continue to learn every day, and we continue to try to mesh, 5 teachers working together with a group of students, and the teachers have embraced that challenge and done a great job. So I'll turn it over to Mrs. Lucas, I think, to talk a little bit about the courses.
Oops, I also went the wrong way, Mr. Hall.
Yeah, it's easy to do.
So, in the past, the kids would come back from Auburn, and they would have a 45-minute class of English one day, the other day they would have study hall, and then they would take in their other classes, they would take their science, maybe, but not usually. They would take a math, and then they also had to take their social studies now that we have the financial literacy and government both offered junior year. That even limited them more. So if you look here, you can see that right now within Auburn Academy, we offer English 3, AP Language and Composition, financial literacy for the first semester. They just finished that. They'll all be doing government second semester. They can also take chemistry, physical universe, which is also a science class, and algebra 2, and quantitative reasoning, which I swear I had on there, because I'm sorry. That's okay. So they're getting 4 core classes within Auburn Academy, which is more than they've ever been able to have, and the balanced time between those classes is really beneficial, as is the overlap between the classes where we're able to know what each other are teaching and then supplement that in other classes. In addition, we have an insane number of classes that the kids are flexing out to if you look at the other side of that slide. We have kids who go to review choir, symphonic band, wind ensemble, Art 2, which was never possible before, Art 3, which was very limited possibility, and then we have kids in anatomy, physiology, forensics, all different math classes, and then a ton of AP classes. AP English was not possible for Auburn students before, and most of those other AP classes were very, very, very difficult for them to fit in. And so now our kids have just really so many more options as Auburn students as to what they can take. So it's been a really good experience for them for that. It's a little chaotic sometimes, but it's great. Okay, and this is Mrs. Gooch. She's gonna go over some stats that we got. We just gave them a survey this week because we do want to continue to grow, so we started the year with a survey, a personalized learning kind of learner profile, and then just this week we gave them a mid-year survey. What's working, what's not, what are you happy with, how can we continue to grow the program, because it's always important to get their input, so. Add it up there, math
Thank
teacher.
you. Yeah, math teacher. So I'm Mrs. Gooch, I teach Algebra 2 and quantitative reasoning, which is I like how Mr. Hall calls it applied Algebra 2, problem-based and group-based. And we did ask them a survey. We asked them 20 questions that ranged from the classes. We were interested in review of our classes, but also the whole Academy. And 3 of the questions we asked were, how would you rate your experience in Auburn Academy? I mean, 64% of who answered felt positive or very positive about their experience in Auburn Academy this semester. And then, would you want to go back to an 80-minute, that is a block schedule? And 84% said no, they would not want to return to that their senior year. And then, are they interested in an Auburn Academy experience again for next year, which we do not currently offer, but we are researching it. And 87% do want to.
Yeah. They're very adamant about that. We wanted to have some students, but they were all working, so here they are. In the back.
Hi, I'm Tyler. I like Auburn Academy because we get one. Hi, I'm Tyler. I like Auburn.
Can you go back on one slide and then come back up?
Yeah, go back one more slide. Now try.
There we go.
Hi, I'm Tyler. I like Auburn Academy because we get one-on-one time with teachers, and it's a lot easier to keep up on work and make sure there's nothing missing, get a lot better grades. That's about it.
Hi, I'm Lizzie, and I think what I like having shorter classes is easy to focus for just like classes in general. It kind of keeps me more engaged rather than getting bored with my work and not wanting to just sit in class for a full 80 minutes. Hi, I'm Maddie Lipland. I like Auburn Academy because my classes are shorter. Hi, I'm Kylie. I go to Auburn and I'm in Auburn Academy. And the one thing I really like about this is that all of your classes are together and it's hard for you not to be late to your class.
Hi, I'm Derek. I go to Auburn and I'm in Auburn Academy. I like it because it gives us more freedom and we do get to hang out with friends and we actually have time to complete work as usually we don't. And I don't like sitting for 80 minutes straight. So.
Hi, my name's Mandy and I like Auburn Academy because it's less pressure and I'm getting good grades.
I like the flexibility of Auburn Academy and the ability to take Art 3 that I wouldn't have without it.
So those are some of our kiddos. We asked some of them to come, but they all have jobs, and also they're done. I mean, it's really, let's face it, it's the end of the time before break. In addition to what we saw as positives in the mid-year survey, we also saw that there is some room for improvement. Some of the kids identified that they wanted more teacher time for math and science. Some kids said they really wanted a silent area to work, and they wanted to make sure they were getting SAT or ACT really like prep time, and then they need to learn some time management skills. So we met today, and those are all things that we are building into as we move forward into the second semester, which is great because we have a really good team, we work really well together, and we're able to adapt and change as needed because nothing's set in stone and we work for what the kids need. So.
How has this space worked for you? Because I know.
It's actually pretty good.
Is it good?
Yeah, and we take kids, the science teacher takes kids to her room for labs because that room is available, so we do that. And then in the second semester, we're gonna combine government and English and work with those together with a larger group of kids as a cross-curricular experience. So that'll be another way that space, I think, will function even more efficiently, but it's been good. Yeah, we have some walls, but we might need more. I wanted to point out we did a cross-curricular midterm that was really fun. I'm also in the Student Council Advisor, so I'm involved with Halls of Holly, and every year we turn the Media Center into a giant putt-putt course. So this year we had the Auburn Academy students design the holes for the putt-putt course, and we did that as their midterm project. In the past, for the Auburn kids, the juniors, they go to Auburn all morning. Then for exams, they had to come back and take their exams during makeup time. And it was always so sad because everybody else is done. Ooh, I get a half day. I'm done after my exams. And these poor kids put in a ton of work at Auburn and then came in here. So we thought a project-based assignment would be really good. So we did this. It incorporated all of their subjects. So they did scale drawings for science. They developed and worked within a budget for financial literacy. They used math equations to determine cost effectiveness for their math class. And then for English, they did 90-second elevator pitch, which we talked about what an elevator pitch was, and then they got up in their pairs and gave those. And then we also had course managers who applied through a resume process, and they designed the entire course layout. And we had 4 of those. So these are some of the kids giving their elevator pitches. They had to have a visual, so you can see they have their whole design. Another group had their description up there. And here's a couple more. And then you can see sitting there leaning forward and looking, that's a couple of our course managers who were studying these holes, taking notes, deciding what they wanted to choose for the project. And then our course managers led the class in laying out 3 9-hole courses. We have 3 9-hole courses in the Media Center. They led that. The Auburn Academy students laid out the entire thing. They decorated the Media Center. So it was also a bit of a service project for them, getting them more involved in the school community and something good for the entire district. And there they are doing some of the work. And then there's just one of the holes that they designed that was based on some of the things that they did before and a couple of the other holes. So I thought that was just a fun thing that we did. And that's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
So you have 27 holes of golf in the Media Center.
Yeah, we have a little kid one with plastic balls and clubs, and then we have 2 9-hole ones that we use real balls and real clubs.
So what did Santa bring you?
What?
What did Santa bring?
What the heck is that, right? Oh, no, the other day we got chips and pop.
Okay.
There we go.
So I mean, from a pilot to where they've taken it, it's been amazing to see what they've done in personalized learning. We are looking to expand the personalized learning program next year. Obviously, our seniors in Auburn Academy want it, and we have other students who are looking into what that looks like. And also, we are looking into other avenues to kind of make it so it's a little bit easier for our staff to do it as well. That helps with it, and to kind of offer these options to our students who need it, who learn best that way, and kind of where we can meet them where they are and continue to drive them. So we'll keep you updated on our personalized learning journey as we go, but we've seen nothing but really strong results. Obviously, it's the first time here, so there are some hiccups along the way, but I'll tell you, this team of teachers have really done a nice job working through those. We knew there were going to be challenges. We said in the beginning it wasn't going to be perfect, and change is messy, and they've done a great job moving through it. And all of the students you talk to who attend the academy are very appreciative, not only of the opportunities they have to be in other classes, but also just the opportunities they have to learn in a personalized manner that really does fit their needs moving forward. So it's been a great experience, and we're really something to be proud of, and something that we are going to shout out as to how we do this in the district, because we are meeting the kids where they are instead of forcing them into our schedule. So. My next report, I am not talking much tonight at all, and I love it. I am turning this over to Ryan Smith and Roger Ratchie from TDA and RFC Construction to talk about a little bit about the building updates and present the plans. So.
Good evening, thank you. I guess we have quite a bit to report since last time I was here, which was about 8 months ago, I think, or so. So since then, we went through a few RFQs, some selections, and I'm going to talk in particular about the CTE project, which is the addition here, and then also the Riverview project that was added in the last couple months. So on the CTE, we've selected TDA and Ryan and his team as being the architect. We selected Cleveland Construction to be the CMR. Since those selections, we've had a schematic design effort put together that Ryan is going to talk about tonight and share with you. We've done some preliminary budgeting as well on that project. And we're hoping to get some approvals from the board so we can keep going with the design. On the Riverview, we also did a RFQ. I believe you've approved at your last board meeting also TDA to be the architect. I believe tonight I'm assuming you're going to be asked to approve Cleveland Construction as the construction manager at risk on that project as well. And there's been some very preliminary designs also done on that as far as the addition, where that's going to go. So that's kind of what we've been doing the last few months on these projects. We're hoping to get some approval so we can keep going. The goal is to work on the design throughout the winter and have something ready late winter, early spring for the CMR to take it to a GMP and come back to the board later on the second quarter of 2025, early spring, to present the GMP for approval and hopefully start construction from there. So if you don't have any questions regarding that process and what I just shared with you, I will turn it over to Ryan.
All right. Yeah, I'm Ryan Schmidt with TDA Architecture. Thanks for having us here tonight. I'm going to run through kind of the work that we've been asked to take a look at thus far. There are the 3 projects that are listed up there. We do have Riverside, which is going to be the CTE edition. There's the elementary school. I'm sorry, I have that mislabeled up there. It should say Riverview Elementary School Classroom Edition. And then there are a couple of studies that we did, very extremely preliminary studies for Buckeye Elementary, more will fits than anything else. So that being said, does anybody mind if I stand up there and point at the screen? I like to talk and point at things. So, and if anybody can't hear me, just let me know. But we could skip to the first slide. So really what we have here, this is the CTE edition that we're talking about. This has been a process where we got really nice involvement from members of kind of the group that was steering it. We had members of administration, we had principal there, we had various entities there to kind of talk through where the elements of the project would go, where the program would fit into this corner of the building. For anybody that isn't familiar with it, this is kind of that bar that has welding and construction. Your student dining is in this general location. This is Bistro, kind of commons. This is the big parking lot to the north. And then JR is off to this side. So this is kind of a site plan study. We still have to work through the details of this. So there's going to be sidewalks associated with it. There's probably a desire to look at some potential patio space there, access to this new CTE edition, which would be, probably be an overhead door and a little bit of a drive up, that sort of thing, so you can unload supplies and things of that nature. But generally, this is the area that we're talking about. This is an approximation of the footprint of the space. This isn't a fully baked plan, but this is a really far along preliminary plan. So what we did is you have the various elements that went into the project. There's the construction lab, which would be a space with tools, and that's where you do activities and work and things of that nature. There's a shared classroom, which will have access for all the programs in the CTE wing, but also be able to help support the healthcare component of this as well. And then there's advanced manufacturing, this piece here. That's got a lot of your more kind of high-tech equipment. So that's, some of your more interesting types of robotic arms, and that's some of your cutting equipment that runs off a computer, and some of your 3D printers and things of that nature. So it's kind of almost a clean room, if you will, of sorts. And then there's accessory spaces. So what you have here, this building, I'm sure everybody that's walked through this building knows there's a bunch of different levels throughout this building. The main corridor that's here, that abuts commons and student dining, is up at a certain level. You have to go down steps to get into commons and student dining. So the very first thing we needed to do is make some form of a connection from the main corridor off to this space. So there is a little bit of a rework in this area of the building, kind of where Bistro is, to get a hallway and a ramp in that space to get people down into this area of the building and get you down on grade. What this does do, though, is it makes a really nice connection to this new CTE wing, but it also does make a nice connection to student dining and commons, so that you have a really accessible, ADA accessible ramped area that gets you from one section of the building up to the other, and allows for an entrance at this location that allows users from the parking lot to get into these areas of the building. It's something that is a little bit lacking in that area of the building, since it is kind of the backside of the building over in that area. What this also does is it allows us to kind of lock down this area, get access to these bigger spaces, and have access to a couple of restrooms that we'd be adding over in this area. So you have a lot of amenities there that would work for after school activities and things of that nature. The leftover space here, this area is the bistro space, so this would be reworked and reconfigured to allow this to happen. And then we will pick up some additional space here that would provide support for the wood shop. Currently, that space is very small, and this would provide space for storage of tools and supplies and things of that nature. Moving back up into the heart of the addition, if you will, this is showing that shared classroom kind of central between these two spaces. This is a nice feature in that the construction lab can have access to it, and you have access to advanced manufacturing from the same space. So you've got this relationship between these rooms that allows them to work very effectively, and you'd be able to flow from one space to the other, so that if you have, for example, instruction happening in shared classroom and then you need to break off into activity, you can break off into advanced manufacturing. Or if you have instruction going here and you need to break off to the construction lab, you have access there. So there's this really nice kind of synergy between these spaces. The other nice thing is we do still have these connections to woodshop and welding. So this corridor, if you will, and these access ways will provide this really nice relationship between all of these programs. And then the last piece is kind of this connection that gets you back out to the parking lot. That's right where you have that access drive that's currently there that gets you up into welding and allows access of supplies in that space as well. And really what we're asking for here, we did go through a pretty exhaustive effort, looked at a ton of plans to arrive at something that I think everybody felt kind of meant the intent of what we were trying to do with this space, gets us the space that we need to adequately provide for these various programs. So what we're looking for is just approval to proceed with the plan and continue with the development of the elevations, the sections, and everything else we need to really put together the construction drawings so that the CEDARMARC can price it and build it ultimately.
What about the height of the new areas in comparison?
So that's been a lot of conversation too. What you're trying to do always is balance buying volume. Volume is expensive versus making something that fits in with the rest of the buildings on campus. Across here, you can see there are about 10 different levels that happen across here. So really what we did is construction is the tallest space that we have shown here. Construction, the idea with construction, there is a band that runs around the bottom of the windows on the second floor. It's about 18 feet from the ground. It's a really nice height to allow for that construction space, and it would have a relationship with that banding. We're looking at elevations now to make sure it looks really nice. I feel like it does. But this will create that relationship with this existing building. Then we'd step down. So we'd have our shared classroom space, which could step down. That relates to the second floor level of the rest of this space. So that's still a nice 14-foot height-ish, 14'8", which gets you enough space in there to run your mechanicals, get your structure in there, provide adequate volume so that the space doesn't feel small, it feels appropriate for the space itself, but still starting to bring your building down to scale. And then last, kind of back in this area, we are bringing it down to, I think it's right around 11.5 feet, 12 feet in this back portion here. This will bring down the scale to a more human scale. Since you would have access out here for students to go outside, you don't necessarily want 3 giant walls surrounding this space. So this brings it down to a more human scale at that space and does save you money and doesn't buy extra volume that you don't necessarily need.
And is this space air conditioned?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are there adjoining spaces air conditioned?
Presently, no. We've been focusing on the active space of the project. There are a lot of things that we have talked about, but we just have not put pen to paper on ancillary spaces.
Dr. Malacher, does this meet your kind of vision of what you saw for our career tech education?
Yes, after multiple iterations, we have gotten to yes, where I think we are at a comfortable point to move forward.
And the staff that's involved with these, the instruction in these spaces have had input into?
No,
no.
We have not. We did it at an administrative level. We designed the space. When we get into the nitty-gritty of what will go in the spaces, that's when we'll bring.
Okay, because I just wondered about storage setup, other accommodations. I didn't know at what point you needed to involve them.
Could I add to that comment?
Yes.
This is really a process of, you know, like if you bake a cake, I always bring back this analogy, but you get out the ingredients first.
Yeah.
You gotta get the ingredients in the bowl, and then you determine how you put everything together.
Okay.
We're at the point where we're just putting the stuff together.
Right.
Now's where we add the detail. We're
Okay.
starting to get into the part where
Okay.
you look at this room, where's the best place for your teaching wall? How much
Mhm.
cabinetry should you have to support the various programs that are going to be utilizing that space? It should be doors and drawers. How should all those pieces come together? So there's varying levels of information that go into each of those steps. And we're kind of, we got our foot in the door. We got something that I think from a spatial standpoint really gets us what we need. And now it's just a matter of kind of filling in details and rounding it out. And obviously their buy-in is very important when we get into that part.
Okay.
Any other questions on this particular piece? If not, we can move forward to Riverview. Hopefully I labeled it right. I did. What we're looking at here, we were tasked with looking at where an 8-classroom addition could go. We looked at all around the building, you know, which spaces might make the most sense. We looked, I mean, starting at the building, for anybody that isn't familiar, this half of the building is pretty much your kind of high activity spaces, which is like student dining and gymnasium, kind of entrance, music, all those sorts of things happen over in this section of the building. So a connection over in that area doesn't really make much sense. This is your academic wings of the building where you have more of your core traditional type classrooms. To go to the north this direction, there is this drive here, but there is a pretty substantial drop. And you are getting quite far away from parking lots and kind of access to life safety services and things of that nature. So one other consideration, and kind of notching into some of these spaces, there's an existing stair up in this location. There are some existing classrooms with windows and things like that across the back of this building. There are a lot of things that could be adjusted to make that connection possible, but just at a cost. There's a lot of costs that would require additional rework in some of those spaces, and you might have to swap out spaces in order to make that work. So kind of the logical connection point, there is a hallway that runs down along here that kind of dead ends at some doors. At this location, there's a stair right here. This is really nice. This location would allow us to build an addition with that same connection, that same connective hallway that gets you down to administration, all those sorts of things, maintains a stair and egress out of the building at that location, and it would allow an addition to be built in that location without significant disruption to the rest of the campus. It's kind of on its own. It would be able to be sectioned off during construction, allow egress out of that space, and would be really conducive to allowing the work to happen in a way that's less impactful to other people in the building. This does require that you would have to get this adjacent property or some of this adjacent property to make that happen, as your property line is about in this general location here. But in addition, in this spot would allow you to get some additional parking off in that area, the potential for some pickup drop-off space with pre-K potential on the first floor in that location as well. So there are a lot of nice features to this. The other thing it does do is it maintains this big open space here, which could be utilized for some outdoor classroom space, some playground space, things of that nature, and things that would really kind of round out your offerings on that portion of the campus. You do have playgrounds over here, but if you do have the younger age children over on this side of the building, it is nice to have features that are maybe brought down in scale more to their age level.
What are the options if we don't require the land?
The option, if you don't acquire the land, we would have to look at something that would kind of go in this general direction, or you would have to go to the north there.
Do you have any renderings of what that would look like?
Not with me, I do not.
So there were options drawn that way, though?
I've explored dozens of options to kind of go through and just look at probably the most cost-effective method of positioning the space.
Is it possible to send the entire board all the options that have been put in place?
Yeah, I mean, if that's requested by the board, we can more than definitely do that.
Please.
And I know, Nick, you've been there too. There's a lot of activity behind the school, you know, with community soccer and different things, and everybody's trying to squeeze in that little parking lot, so that would be a nice community feature to have additional parking, because there's so many people trying to park.
Yeah, I've come here several times for soccer. We get killed every time.
So you
For
know.
soccer. Yeah,
you
I know.
It's such a bottleneck back there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions? No. Good? Yeah. And then last, this is just real high-level concept studies for Buckeye. Again, kind of what we're asked to do here is look at the potential for an addition of this building, and kind of in the range of 12 to 13 classrooms, somewhere in that neighborhood. As the site currently sits, you have 2 academic bars here with your kind of core classroom spaces. Library, this is your student dining gym space. This houses all of your utilities. That's gas, water, power, heating, all that sort of stuff is in this corner of the building. And then your main administration area is down in this area, which isn't sizable, but there's offices and stuff down in this area of the building. Main access right here. The challenge is, if you were to do any addition to the south, there's already parking and loop drives, and all your utilities are kind of coming in this location of the building, so anything to the south gets a bit challenging. The logical place, the most cost-effective place, the easiest place is right where the existing modular units sit, which are in these locations here. This would allow you to, there's kind of corridors that wind through here. You can almost see them on this plan, but there's a main corridor that comes through here. It would allow you to tie right into that, and so you could have an addition off the north that would tie directly into the building, similar in the concept of how the modulars are laid out, but obviously a new building. This is showing a 2-story building in this location with stairs, elevator, classrooms on both floors, mechanical rooms, a little bit of administrative space, and a gymnasium down in this area. We did look at an option that extended further north as 1-story. It's really, really big. It gets pushed really far back onto the site and leaves you very little room for fields or for playground space. This dense kind of layout, I think, is nice from the standpoint of, if you do have students on the second floor here, their access to get back to this portion of the building is much shorter than if they did get pushed out in this direction. The second option looks at figuring, what if the gymnasium doesn't want to be here? Where else could you put it? This area, like I said, is really hot with a lot of utilities coming into this portion of the building. This was the other area that I was looking at. This made sense from kind of an access standpoint. I do like a relationship between dining and gymnasium, just because if you have kind of overflow, or if you have some sort of an activity going on in the gym that has support space in the dining area, it's nice to have those 2 next to each other. That is not required. It's not, set in stone that that's mandatory to have that relationship. But if you're able to do it, it's a nice feature to have. This would put a larger portion of the building up front, but we could do something with kind of the massing of that to kind of help bring down scale. And it is an elementary gymnasium that is not the same size as what you see at a high school, so it does already have a smaller kind of footprint and height than you would have at a high school. But again, these are really high level. These are just showing kind of from a spatial allocation standpoint how that might fit on the site in case you chose to go that direction.
So, again, I don't feel that all the concepts are here. We have concept 1, concept 2, and then Mr. Fischel gave us option 1 and option 3.
So option 3 is this option.
Right, so why would we have an option 3? Is there another concept that would
Concept
be-
2 was the one where I extended it all on one floor.
Again, I would ask you to share it with the entire board.
We can do that.
Can I ask how you came up with these concepts? Did you work with the administration on them?
No, these are purely just looking at square footage.
Okay.
So this is
who
something.
did you work with, I guess?
I was just given directive to
From?
Mr. Fischel asked me to take a look at the plan. So we looked at the plan. We didn't have any directive as to what to do.
Was the administration aware of the work?
I don't know.
Dr. Ortino, Mr. Placco, were you guys aware of the work that was being done here?
I did know, I did share the initial facilities plan with Ryan, and I asked him at one of our meetings, I think it was at the CTE meeting, as to when would be a good time to discuss some just preliminary type ideas of adding it on to Buckeye. He said sooner rather than later.
Okay.
So I was aware that he was aware of it.
But were you
specifically.
engaged in the discussion on what the concepts look like?
In the concept discussion, I was not.
Okay, thank you.
This, just to point out too, we are not hired to do this, we're not getting paid to do this. This was just to look at spatial allocation to be used however deemed necessary. So,
At the request of one board member, correct?
we're asked by our client to take a look at this.
There's like, I've heard Dr. Regino talk about, reworking the parking in the front. And then it looks like there would be additional parking extended along the left side of this.
This would consider that. This is showing like how you might do that. You might choose not to do any parking on that side, but I think if you were to do a layout where you have a gymnasium on this side, it would make sense to extend your parking for sure. That is not a large parking lot on that campus. The flow of the parking, this is not vetted out. This would not be the final solution, but this is looking at saying, you might want to pick up some parent parking up front that's accessible to the main entrance. You might want to reconfigure your loop so you have access out. You could put buses to the north. Those are things that you might want to consider if you move forward with the project. Those would be elements that you'd really want to take a look at and figure out how you best do that. That is something, again, this is a fit plan. This is not saying we have a design. This is something that once you get into that, you'd involve the principals, you'd involve facilities, you'd involve everybody.
So I just want to make sure that we're clear. As a board, we haven't discussed this as a project yet we have our architect working on designs. I'm not comfortable with that. We haven't talked about it at this table at all, so.
It's my understanding too that there was more than one board member that you were working with at times?
No, not on this.
How about on the CTE or the Riverview?
Mr.
Yeah,
Kim
I worked with the CTE
At the
edition.
same time?
No,
So they never visited your office together?
no,
Okay.
no. No, Mr. Keeney came to the meetings we had here as well. But we had,
Again, I'm just going to make it clear, I'm not comfortable with that. When you say you're working for the client is the Board of Education, not one board member, so I'm not comfortable with it.
So just so everyone knows, in the Buildings and Grounds, I'm the chair, so gathering information to bring to the Buildings and Grounds and to the board in general, I had asked for a couple renderings options that could be done, and then shared that in the Buildings and Grounds meeting. So as a board member, gathering information is what we're supposed to do. And I know, Ms. Grassi, you're not happy with that, and in the past you probably didn't do much of that, but I'm doing my job. And I brought it to the Buildings and Grounds, and we are now discussing it here. Furthermore, Superintendent Rotino, I would ask you, when did you first write into your 5-year facilities plan template in addition at Buckeye?
I don't know the exact timeline.
Probably about 3 months ago.
I can't tell you. It was after the board approved the Riverview edition.
About 3 months ago?
Sure. Okay.
So in our superintendent's template for the 5-year facilities plan, which we'll be looking at tonight, he shared with the board, the whole board, so the whole board knew that the superintendent had stated, and I had met with the superintendent and we discussed this, I agreed that the next item had to be Buckeye, okay? So about 3 months ago, our superintendent suggested we needed to do an addition at Buckeye. At that point in time, it was 8 classrooms. And then he has upped that to 12 classrooms. And we discussed that, and I certainly agreed with that. So anyway, looking for some information as to what that would look like to share it with the board and with the Buildings and Grounds, which I'm the chair of the committee. That's exactly what I did.
We haven't approved the plan, though. The plan was never approved. It's not been discussed at the table for the final review of it, so the plan's
Well, it's
approved.
not been approved yet.
Correct. So
No, it's
why
on
are
the
we
agenda.
working on, correct.
Yeah.
So how do we end up with a vote on it when we haven't even approved the plan? So, again, I do share the same thing. The administration should have been involved in the building the concepts and talking about it and talking about how the space is going to be used so they're not put in a position where they can't answer those questions. It's as simple as that. I mean, that's just, they should be involved in these discussions.
And as that's moving forward, the board should be apprised of that information.
Yeah, I would
think
ask
that
from
we
now
will.
on, if you do meet with one board member, you share all the information with the entire board, please. Thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The last one is Michael Purcell from, I can't even pronounce it, Satsina? Is that how you say it? Yeah, Satsina, I should be able to.
Putting tongue twister.
Yes, I know. And Associates, share a little bit about certificates of participation, which is mentioned in the facilities plan, kind of the way options to finance some of this work.
Would you like to remain seated or come?
You can.
Very difficult.
I know you're allowed to capture it.
I recommend in your new plans you put swivel chairs.
Camera. That's an alternate, maybe in one. More comfortable seating in the lecture room is definitely something.
I appreciate the opportunity to meet with everyone tonight. Gary had asked some questions about some potential financing structures, specifically focused on what are called lease revenue transactions, lease revenue financing, certificates of participation. It's one of the few ways a school district can actually issue debt without a vote. They have a pretty unique structure associated with them. I don't want to go into something that maybe everyone else knows. Do you want me to explain a little bit
If you
about
want to
it?
maybe just give a quick overview of the different borrowing options available to school districts and why we landed on proposing doing a COPS borrowing and, you know, limitations of doing just issuing general obligation debt, the limitations, and then also the like tax anticipation notes and what's our limitations.
Very good. So obviously you've been through the process of going to the ballot with what's called an unlimited tax obligation capital ballot initiative that would generate revenues to pay off a bond issue to build buildings. The most traditional method by any school district K through 12 here in Ohio that they use because you have limited borrowing options outside of that. After that, you do have the option to levy against your incoming revenues for a permanent improvement or incoming taxes, what's called a tax anticipation note. These are restricted to a smaller maturity overall, so they're better for smaller transactions because the structuring opportunity on those is quite limited per the legal situation. So with the larger transaction about which Gary has talked with me, the certificates of participation offers essentially all the benefits and structures of an unlimited tax general obligation. You can go up to 30 years of maturity. They do carry with them a premium in cost as far as overall interest in the market because they are subject to appropriation risk. The reason a school district can enter into this lease revenue transaction is through the legal eyes of Ohio Revised Code. You are entering into, for instance, if it was 30-year maturity, 30 annually appropriated lease payments. So every year you would have to vote as a board to appropriate funds to pay for your particular lease payment, which we would call a debt service payment. This offers maximum flexibility in terms of repayment structures. It'll also carry with it a prepayment option, which a tax anticipation note generally does not. So that means in an opportunity like this, where we may be in some higher interest rates, you have a prepayment option, you wait a certain amount of time, then you'll have the ability to potentially refinance or restructure the issue if you wish. So it's what we call a call option, optional redemption provisions. So in terms of comparing the COPS to the UTGO, for the most part, they both walk, talk, and quack like a duck. But the main difference there being is you're limited to 30 years maturity for the COPS. And again, there will be a premium to that. And that bleeds into the one area about your rating. If you go COPS, district is currently rated AA3. You were just upgraded in 2023, June of 23. So COPS transaction, because there is appropriation risk, when it trades in the market, the credit rating agencies will say you are going to trade at one notch lower than your general obligation rating. So your AA3 unlimited tax general obligation, your lease revenue, certificates of participation, appropriated debt rating would be A1. So when you enter into the single A range now, there's a rather large disparity on the yield curve in tax-exempt municipals between a AA entity and a single A entity. Upon paying the extra premium for the COPS in general because of the appropriation risk, coming down to a single A credit rating on the transaction will also increase your borrowing levels. But what we would do is examine the use of an enhancement object bond insurance. That would give that particular issue a transactional rating of AA. You pay for that. However, what you pay up front for that insurance policy will be greatly outweighed by the present value cash flow benefit you would get from trading at a AA versus a single A. So that's kind of the overall comparisons between the options that a district has. There are a few other esoteric ones that really don't apply to the situation, House Bill 264s, stuff like that. But that's really not going to be an option here in order to borrow for this particular structure. The main thing to be considered as well with the COPS is that you are going to enter into a land lease. And so the way the COPS works within the eyes of the Ohio Revised Code is you have an asset that you're going to lease. And we will work with Tom Wilson at Dinsmore. The names change so often, I can't remember. The firms are all merging together now. And what will happen is they will be put in place within the documents, the disclosure, what we would call the preliminary official statement, or in this case, an offering circular. You will enter an agreement through a special purpose entity where it's basically the structure of a COPS is what we call in the world a sell leaseback. And that's how it works. So there will be a shell corp that will lease the asset back to the board. And that's why you get into the 30 annual lease payments. And so in order to do that, we have to be very privy to the actual land because there will be a survey conducted and certificate holders will have, through a proxy, through the trustee on the transaction, a land lease lien on that asset through the course of the overall lease.
Can you repeat that one more time about the land?
Certainly. So when you lease back the asset, the land is separated underneath. When you go out, certificate holders now have access to this land. So whatever is on that land, they get to do with if you don't pay your bills. They cannot liquidate it, they cannot take it down, they cannot sell it. But what they can do is transplant whatever you have going on in that asset building and make it very difficult you to carry on. So what they are banking on is a cash flow credit. This is called a mission critical asset. So we're going to give them a lien on an asset that they very well know the district cannot forsake. Because legally, as these are annually appropriated lease payments, you have the option to not appropriate. And you would be totally legal within your legal rights. However, the detriment that that would have on your overall credit rating, you would have very difficult times ever accessing capital markets for further financing again. In the eyes of the capital markets, that's a default.
That only applies to the building footprint, correct?
That is correct. Well, there's going to be a general property footprint associated with that land lease, generally outside of just the building footprint. So something to consider if you're thinking about acquiring land, or for that matter, if you think you are going to expand upon these pieces. This is something Tom Wilson and I will get into detail with Gary when he designates what the legal parameters of the approach will be. Nothing will be put in stone until we know exactly what the overall target for that property is going to be.
So does that mean we would have to reparcel our property, or are they going to take a land lease on the whole parcel that we already have a school building sitting on?
That's correct. You will not have to reparcel.
Okay.
Only if they do a survey and they find out there's anything that's unclean in the titles. And that happens rarely. But the survey will give a clean bill of health to the title, and then whatever asset, you have on the designated land lease, that will be subject to that lien per the lease documents.
And then what does this do to our overall borrowing capacity if we decide to go to bond financing for something later?
This will not affect that.
Doesn't affect our limit?
No, it does not. The limit that you would have to go to the, for a ballot initiative on an unlimited tax basis will be purely predicated, one, on a percentage of your assessed valuation, and then if you qualify for exceptional need, which here, that could very well be the case because your enrollment is growing.
And how many school districts ever chose not to appropriate or any of that?
None, never in Ohio.
It's one of those things, it's in theory, but in practice, it's, you know.
What's the number of years, time frame? Fewest number of years, and you're saying up to 30 years. What's the time frame range?
So it all depends on the tolerance of the debt service payment. The shorter the maturity for the overall borrowing, the higher your debt service payment's going to be. And in this particular borrowing environment, you really don't want to limit yourself to the short end of the curve, because right now, that's where the most detriment is happening. The curve has been inverted significantly in these inflationary times, where short-term rates are much higher than long-term rates. So if you start to take, let's just say you have an issue at 30 years with an overall interest rate, what we call a true interest cost on it, a tick of 4.75% at 30 years. You could easily take that all the way down to 10 years, and I bet you you'll still be at 4.6%.
So you could just accelerate and pay it off sooner.
That's what the prepayment option is for, the optional redemption provisions. And at Cedzina and Associates, as Gary very well knows, we will hold the underwriter to task to shorten that period, which will be totally acceptable by the market. And that's 5 years, where most firms will push for 10 years. So that adds maximum flexibility. The process of getting into a lease revenue transaction, depending on when you are foreseeing the need for the cash, is going to be a little bit longer than a normal transaction just because of the land lease documents. We have to work with the trustee to get those all put in place. Tom Wilson's done it before. He's a veteran bond counsel. He's done many of these transactions. So, but there's just a little added prep. One of the things that we would have to get going immediately is a survey, a title search. That is going to be required to even try to qualify for insurance, which we will qualify for insurance here, which that would probably get a little too into the weeds for tonight's discussion if we get to that bridge we're crossing.
How common is it for districts to do these COPS?
Oh, very common. Very, very common. I've done these for districts all over Northeast Ohio. Now, especially, it is common because the OSCC has now allowed participating districts to fund their local portion of a CFAP project with COPS. That never used to be the case. They would always make you have to come up with a larger number that you'd have to pass. So if you can do a COPS to come up with your local portion and as well be able to go to the ballot, that's why they're a very popular instrument.
How do we determine what our COPS limit is? Do you
All
know what I'm
comes-
saying, and like what we're allowed to borrow?
All comes down to affordability. You have no legal limit as to how much you can borrow. That would fall on my shoulders. I am your fiduciary. If I was to engage with you and allow you to borrow something you couldn't afford, I would be at fault. And I will not allow that. I will at least not suggest that.
Do we still have to do that big offer statement
Yeah.
for that?
Yeah.
So we would have to do that all over again?
I did hand out basically a diagram here showing different COPS options that Mr. Priscilla provided to us, to myself. This showing what 15, 20, and 25-year borrowings look like at amounts between 10 million and 17 million. So you can see on the far right-hand side what that average annual debt payment would look like, just so you can kind of see how those fall out based on how much we determine to borrow at some point.
Those numbers have been rendered somewhat obsolete with a major market movement in the last 48 hours. I wasn't able to update them because there are a plethora of scenarios there. But as I'm certain everyone's heard, the new market commentary coming out from the Fed was potential ease off cutting short-term rates this December, as well as reducing the number they're going to cut in 2025. That sent the market crazy. The Dow took a major hit, and 10-year and Treasury rates all skyrocketed.
So the numbers would be larger.
They'll probably, the numbers are going to be a little bit bigger. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
And as far as debt service, what would you see as the source of income for that?
If we were to do this, we would be paying those debt payments out of our permanent improvement fund.
Permanent improvement fund?
And those
Existing
those
fund?
revenues come from the permanent improvement levy, right?
Correct.
Which is continuous.
Right.
It's continuous, right? So what's the timeframe, start to finish in going to market and closing it up?
Green light, hit the ground running, you say, we're gonna do it, you have an amount, you're probably talking 45 to 60 days. And that's from start to actual funding. Gary is on the lower end of that. I've worked with many, many treasurers that having them do offering circulars is like pulling teeth. He is the absolute opposite of that.
It's one update in 24 hours. One day.
Yeah, it's quite a pleasure.
He's an all-star.
It is really pleasure to work with, real pleasure to work with.
One of the things when you're doing one of these type of borrowings for a capital improvement, once we go to market, let's just say $10 million, we issue those COPs. We receive that $10 million in cash, and we deposit that into what's called a building fund. We use Fund 004, similar to what we did with Parkside and Riverview for those that were around that time. Once you have that cash in hand, now you can invest it and start earning interest, because obviously as construction goes on, that takes a long period of time, and you're gonna make those payments throughout the construction. So you can use those funds to kind of generate additional funds, and usually use those for change orders or additional ones in the project as we go on, because those things will come up as we go through design. And, so there's a little bit of benefit when you have that cash. There's always that lag between when you actually get the cash and then when you liquidate it, so you're able to earn some investment on that up to
Yeah,
the
just
interest
one
rate on that.
one
You can't-
caveat, you can't make more.
can't make
No,
more.
Yeah.
you cannot arbitrage positive with a tax exempt issue.
Something that hasn't happened until,
Yeah.
in the last 20 years.
15 for the most part, 2008, yeah, probably closer to 20, you're right, honestly. It's essentially the IRS will look at our numbers when we're done with the transaction, and there's a specific calculation bond counsel will provide what's called an 8038 arbitrage yield or a bond yield. And that IRS 8038 form shows overall bond yield on this, meaning your overall interest cost, according to that calculation, let's just say is 4%. It's higher than that, but I'm just giving you a round number. So Gary could not go take those funds for which he borrowed overall at 4% and go invest in something that's going to yield him 4.25% or 4.5%. That's arbitrage. And you would get nailed by the IRS, then you'd have to go into rebate calculation and repayment proceedings. And it's not fun. We will monitor all that.
Gary, do you have any pictures or kind of demonstrate what this does to the 5-year forecast if we were to do something like this?
Because we'd be using my recommendation is we use permanent improvement funds, that wouldn't necessarily affect the general fund 5-year forecast. It will affect the permanent improvement fund forecast that we put together. One of the scenarios went through in a prior meeting when proposing to borrow for Riverview was, I think I set aside somewhere in the $400,000 range for an annual debt payment. Obviously, this is a little bit higher than that, looking at larger amounts if we're doing Riverview and Buckeye. So it's it really depends on what the estimate of these building improvements will come in at, and determining what we want to borrow and what we want to, because we do have, about $6 million in our permanent improvement fund as of right now, so it's balancing, using some of that current cash balance and the borrowing options to try to maximize our funding.
But it would leave us with funds in our PI fund that if there was an emergency or something that we needed to do, we would have access to that.
That would be my recommendation, is that we don't drain our PI too low, so we have enough funds for those rainy day activities that, if we need a boiler or a roof or something unexpectedly.
We weren't
wanna
gonna
make sure that
mention.
Yeah, what do we collect in that fund?
We collect around 2.6 to 2.7 million a year from property taxes in that fund. We do earn interest on some of that balance. Obviously, as that balance goes down, as we do these projects, we're going to obviously earn less interest, but around 2.6 to 2.7 is the typical average. One thing I wanted to note too is with the reappraisal, that fund won't increase, the tax rate will be lowered, so you won't see an increase in revenue from the reappraisal in the permanent improvement fund. That's separate from the 20 mil floor calculation, and you don't realize a gain on that fund from valuation increases.
If we take an estimate of what we spend in that fund on a general basis, year to year, buses, Chromebooks, whatever other kinds of things that we're putting in there, I can't even guess, because I don't remember off the top of my head what it is that we spend in that fund. on those kinds of things and then giving us a reserve. Like, obviously, we're not gonna wanna go up to 1.6.
Right, I believe it, I have to go back and look, because I'm kind of doing this on the fly, but anywhere between $1 million and $1.5 million is spent annually between Chromebooks, technology purchases, textbooks, vehicles, buses, and all those other things that we purchase out of the.
On an annual basis,
Annual basis.
right, so.
That leaves you just over about $1 million to excess PI revenue outside of your average expenses.
The column original issue excess premium, is that the cost of borrowing?
No. So it's a good question, and I don't mean to get too far into the weeds, but what's happening now is because there's such volatility in the market, investors essentially, when they run their portfolios, when they buy municipal debt, they will structure cash flows and pay a premium for a higher coupon rate, so that whatever they own, almost like an equity, shows a higher dividend in their portfolios, which gives them a higher NAV value. And by doing such, we are borrowing, you are getting more from the investor than what's par on that particular bond. So for instance, if you went out and wanted to borrow $20 million, investors structure the cash flow so they are giving you $20 million plus, let's say, an additional $5 million in original discount or excess original issue premium. That money cannot be utilized to offset your construction fund. That's Ohio revised code.
Okay.
So no matter what, my par size on a COPS issue cannot be any lower than what I am depositing into your construction fund. So anything more that the transaction is generating goes into the certificate retirement fund. So it goes right back to payments on the issue. So it's paying interest on interest, but this way, at least now, you automatically build a certain buffer into the certificate retirement fund.
I just wanted to ask your opinion. On the agenda tonight, there is the resolution to move funds, general fund interest revenue over from the general fund into the PI fund that I'm assuming, we haven't had discussion on it yet, to support the construction that's being discussed. Can I get your opinion on that?
I'll give you my take on it from a credit rating standpoint.
Okay.
That's all I would opine on as far as Moody's would be concerned. Anything taken out of the general fund to fund a PI is going to raise a red flag.
Okay.
Not for indiscrepancy or anything to that effect, but they're going to be wondering, why are you taking money out of the general fund? So then we come back and say, well, we're going to be borrowing for a COPS issue. Where are you going to be paying that from? You're going to be paying that from permanent improvement. So when the eyes of Moody's, they call a COPS issue a general fund borrowing. Because it doesn't, when you pass, if you say here tonight and you pass a resolution, for instance, that you're going to use the PI balance to pay that, you are not beholden to that. If the PI fund cannot make that payment, you're going to have to dip into general fund. So from the rating agency standpoint, the general fund is the fund. And if you are draining that to fund a PI, which in turn is being used to pay debt service, that's definitely they're gonna really dig into that structure. Depending on, you have excess revenue coming in, you're at the 20 mil floor, and you've had a nice big reval coming in 25. That's an offset to that situation. You are gonna be building revenues. But in the eyes of Moody's, right away, they would never want anything to affect money continually coming out of the general fund.
How often do they re-rate us, or is it just when we ask them to re-rate?
Oh, no.
Yeah,
The upgrade was on a surveillance. So that was a biannual surveillance call. Karen Lou was not typical at all. But we campaigned for it, and I kept the pressure on them in the off years. And then when we went out in the last bond initiative failed, Moody's likes that, because it's so ironic. You go and pay them for a rating because you're borrowing money, and they'll turn around and say, because you're borrowing money, that hurts your credit rating. It's kind of a catch-22. But when they see a big bond issue go down, they know, okay, you're not going to be spending or taxing people for that. So they came back and said, without the need immediately of going back out Plus, the main contributor to the upgrade was the accumulation of the carryover balances. When I started working here with your predecessor, the balance sheet had dwindled. It had its low points. And that was one of the things I was just reading the rating upgrade report on my computer from Moody's, and the one highlight in it is Gary's fiscal approach to accumulating what they call that rainy day fund, which is around $22 million.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Right.
Right, so having a healthy balance in our 5-year forecast always helps us when they come back to look at our ratings. And the ratings always, a better rating gets us the better opportunity to refinance and bring.
Simple as that. Better rating means lower cost of funding. The carryover balance is not the sole criterion upon which they'll determine the rating. They'll look at socioeconomic data throughout the district. Excuse me. They'll look at growth rates in terms of property values, job rates, unemployment rates. It's a myriad of different matrices through which they come up with this rating. But without a doubt, one of the heavier weighted positions of their analysis is going to be your revenues and your carryover balance. They want you to maintain in the AA between 25 and 30% ratio. And starting in 2017, you were at 15%. That has grown all the way up to fiscal 22 to 48%. That's where the rating upgrade came from.
And they always have the ability to downgrade your rating.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
So when they look at your finances, of course, they're looking for stable income.
Right.
So when you look at the permanent, continuous permanent improvement levy, we received, I was going to say this before, about 2.7 is what the number showed last year. I believe we have, I mean, this will be a couple of years out into the future, but we have a couple smaller developments that are not RIDs or TIFs or anything like that, so it'll probably grow to about 2.8.
Okay.
But right now, as a picture, it's 2.7. And when you look at the number of years we would take a loan for and what the payment would be and what our normal operating expenses are year to year, as our treasurer said, you know, $1 million to $1.5 million, and if we weren't disturbing those numbers or very much, then they would look at that as almost a guaranteed payback.
They'll never use the word guarantee.
Well,
I'll tell you that.
I know that. Okay,
but that is a stable.
But that's
business.
about as strong as you can get.
Now, the main thing Gary had made mention earlier, though, of the depleting of the PI balances. That would in conjunction, if you were going to deplete the PI balance and then pull money from the general fund to refund PI, I would tell you that will definitely, they'll put you on negative outlook.
Yeah, and we're not looking at doing that.
Okay. That is, when I heard depletion of balances, because I had another particular client who has accumulated a massive amount of carryover balance, and now they're having a difficult time getting a renewal passed, because there's been some opposition, and so rightfully so, it's a huge number. However, they have made it abundantly clear, they're taking 30 million of that and putting it toward capital. The opposition wants them to take 50 million of it, and the board you cannot do that. They would suffer dramatically from their rating standpoint. For Moody's, the general fund and its revenues are sacrosanct.
You want them to be operating almost separately.
Totally.
Okay, and I think that's pretty much how we're set up here right now. And the continuous PI
It's a big plus.
Offers us that ability.
No, continuing PI is a big plus. There's no doubt. That's one of the things that they also commented on in the report.
When you get to the call date, at that point, is it the same process again to reissue?
Yes.
So it would look the same?
So let's say you get to the call date. I show Gary a report. Since we had done the original issue, now we're at the call date. Rates have come down significantly. Yes, I would show Gary a report that shows if we went out, called that principal in, re-borrowed so that we could then pay it back, at a lower rate and it generates a savings, this would be the whole process over again.
And that would be based on the current rating at that point.
It would be all based at that point in time.
So the rating still matters, Karen?
Oh, the rating is, again,
Okay.
that's gonna be the driver of affordability.
Okay.
Just like everyone in this room has a personal credit score, investors rely very heavily upon what your underlying rating is. That's what's gonna determine your repayment levels.
We've done that a number of times already.
Yes. Yeah.
And the call date is, once you pass that date, you can do it any time.
That's correct.
So, like our bonds, the Bill Parkside and Riverview, the call date, I think it was back in April, but the market
Right.
isn't good enough for to
Right.
refinance those things at this time. But that's something that, conditions change, that we would be looking at as well.
And definitely, if I can recognize an opportunity for economies of scale with minimizing redundant third-party expenses to go through multiple transactions, we will do so. If we can take a particular disclosure and make minimal modifications to do a refinancing, we'll examine that if the time is right. But if the market doesn't comply, it just simply doesn't comply.
And when we do that, one saves the school district money, or it'll, in our current bonds, it saves our taxpayers' money, correct?
Taxpayers.
If it's the depth of a Parkside Riverview and we refinance and it's lower, the tax rate will be adjusted lower accordingly.
Okay.
And we've done that, we've done a taxable refunding in 2019 that saved, exactly what it was, $1 million or $2.
Yeah, that was a significant number.
And what does it look like if there is aggressive repayment and paid off early?
Oh, I mean, Moody's loves that.
Yeah.
Well, without a doubt.
So I just want to
Yeah.
talk about that.
Anytime you can take debt off the books, just like any other bank or anything, you minimize your leverage, you minimize your exposure. The concept of doing it COPS is routine. I dare not say rudimentary, nothing is anymore, but it really, again, mimics the process of a normal traditional bond issue with just some slight variances that are, for the most part, focused on the legal side of things. So I would just say that at any given time, if the board does decide to move into this particular structure, you want to give yourself some lead time so that we can get that survey going. Because if you turn around and say, oh, we're ready and we need that money somewhat quickly, that survey could really slow things up.
And since we don't have solid numbers, we can estimate, and then we only borrow what we need, correct?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. There's no preset minimum, maximum to this.
Okay.
So I would say that as the lower number gets, what happens there, though, is costs become counterproductive. So if you're down $1 million or $2 million, which is a lot of money, please don't get me wrong, but in the eyes of the market, what happens there is there are minimum levels of threshold costs that are associated with a public sale of that. It starts to look askew. So there we would probably examine doing something without a formal production of a disclosure, what we call a private placement. A little more affordable because there are significant cost reductions, specifically on the legal side. And that way, that interest rate's a little higher, but then it makes the cost associated, the ratio, much more tolerable.
If we were to use, we have a number of projects that are looking at in different part of this plan. If we were to use the money and take a larger sum to kind of spread it out, would then that land lease be on all of those projects?
You catch it. That's exactly.
I'm a quick one.
No, that's a really good question. It's a really good observation because a lot of districts say, oh, hey, let's make the legislation nice and broad. We'll do this over here. We'll do this over there. That all becomes the asset as part of the lien. So the only way the certificate holders can get that lien is through the land. That's the way they're going to get the lien on the asset.
And again, it's not just for the addition, it's for the entire facility
That is
that's
correct.
attached.
So for the most part, sometimes you can do these COPs, I believe it or not, if you needed a fund like air conditioners, HVAC. You think, wow, well, how do you get, what are investors going to do with that? But it's the opposite side of that. What are you going to do if investors say, I'm taking over your HVAC equipment? All they're going to do is come in and turn it off and not allow you to use it. And by doing such, they're not gonna allow you into those buildings. So it's kind of a, what we call cross collateralization there. But what we will have to contemplate, I was trying to get around this before, but if we do use insurance during construction, we may have to put a temporary land lien during construction on an asset. But in seeing as these are expansions, there, Lori, if I may use your first name, that's where we'll bring in the rest of the asset under the land. So now insurance will be happy.
How often does something go bad to where there's actually an action?
Oh, in 30 years of doing this, I've never been associated with it. Believe it or not, though, the main the main big news item when there was a non-appropriation on the cops, and how pathetic it is that we have a daily periodical called The Bond Buyer. It is as boring as it gets, but it's made headline news. Twinsburg Township, they did a cops to expand their administrative facilities, and they walked away from it. And that sent ripples throughout the bond community as well as the legal community, because now what's the remedy? They will never be able to access normal borrowing rates ever.
I know you have to share all sides of it, but almost never.
No, no. Very rare. I just bring that up because it was in Ohio, and that is one out of hundreds of thousands done nationally. And that was actually the Port Authority that kind of screwed that transaction up. But yeah, no, these are very basic, complex behind the scenes, but they're done repeatedly. They've become, actually now especially, you're going to see a lot of them with Nexus. That's how districts leverage that incoming revenue. And with these 20 mil floors, there's going to be a good amount of additional revenue coming into a lot of districts. They can afford a general fund borrowing.
So when does it make sense to go private, and when does it make sense to go to the market?
Mainly on size. If we were, again, talking something where basement costs start to show big ratios to the size of the issue, there's nothing wrong with that, but to the eye, it looks, it's the ratios are way off. For instance, let's say we were to do $1 million cops, we did a public finance on it, we put a disclosure together. That legal fee is going to be $100,000, whether it's $1 million or whether it's $30 million. So when it's $1 million now, $100,000, he's working for $10 a bond.
So let's say we're between 10 and 15 million.
Oh, that's definitely public offer.
Okay.
No
So
question.
there's no question.
No questions asked. If you were to discuss private placement, I would talk you out of that. That's where you have to get optimal. Public offering gets you the best borrowing rates.
And also flexibility.
Flexibility. That is where private placement, you definitely suffer there.
Okay, is this, the debt service, is that heavy on the interest at the beginning, like most loans?
Yeah, I put this together as level debt, meaning each year your payment of principal and interest is going to be very close to the previous and following year. And then that will work like inversely. As you get further down the repayment of that issue, you will start paying more principal than interest, just like a home mortgage.
Right, okay.
But we can customize that debt service within legal parameters. If there's a bump you want, or to minimize exposure in the early years, remember we're probably going to have a big deposit in that certificate retirement fund through the excess original issue premium. That'll take care of probably your first 2 interest payments. So again, a lot of options there.
So just to be clear, you're paying interest on what you borrowed in that particular year.
Right.
Yeah.
You're paying interest on interest.
You can always adjust your payments.
Right.
Okay, but if you go lower in the beginning, you're going to have more interest payments.
The further down the line,
Yeah.
because you put anything, $1 today is worth less than $1 tomorrow. So any principal you put out further gets diluted, and that becomes more expensive.
Yeah.
From the yield curve perspective right now, though, from a true interest rate perspective, you have to look at it because the curve is essentially looking right now, it's a straight line.
Yeah, they had gone from inverted.
Yeah, because it used to be a roller coaster like that.
Yeah.
So it's starting to uninvert, but the last 48 hours movement shows that inflation's going to be here for a little while longer.
Well, when the government pumps money into the system, it causes what?
That's
Inflation.
That's what happened. And I just come at it from a truly a nonpartisan point of view, but it is Econ 101.
Yep.
You print money,
Yep.
it becomes cheap, and prices go up.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Certainly, I appreciate it. Always a pleasure to see everyone. Thank you. Sorry if I pontificated a little bit, but I really do enjoy this aspect of the job. This is the part I really do enjoy, especially because it's not snowing. So Gary, you're off the hook there.
It's about to start.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get the hell out of here. Excuse my friend. Do you need me for anything more, Gary?
I think we're good.
Okay, give me a buzz tomorrow, anything you need. Again,
good holiday.
happy holidays,
Thank you.
happy New Year to everybody.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Do you need Brian and I at all anymore? Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Nobody likes to stay for the meetings. Anything else? Dr.
I'm sorry, that concludes my reports for tonight.
Thank you.
Special reports, yes, I have my own coming up. Thank you.
All right.
Figure that out yours.
Next on the agenda is discussion of old business. Nothing was submitted. That brings us to discussion of new business. There was, the first thing that I just wanted to bring, and I asked Mr. McIntyre to join us and just give us again another overview of it, is policy 0169.2. And the reason why is I just had a couple of times where somebody's reached out to me and mentioned that they've seen two board members working together, walking through the schools together, things like that. And again, I know that's not the majority, that is a minority, but again, the sunshine laws in this area are a little gray, so just to protect the board and the district, can you just talk through a little bit that policy?
Yes.
Do you want a copy of it?
I have it.
Okay, thank you.
Very much. So 0169.2 is essentially a summary of a vast quantity of law that exists in Ohio relating specifically to the Open Meetings Act. And so as we've talked about in prior trainings, there's a definition of what a meeting is. There's a definition of what open means. There's a definition, a lot of formality. But let me just try to break it down into its basics. What the law is intended to do is make sure that public entities conduct their discussions out in the open. That's it. It's that simple. We can talk about definitions, we can talk about what's a meeting, we can talk about what it means to be open. Those are all the details. The primary purpose is that you as a public entity are conducting your discussions out in the open for the public to hear. Obviously, there are exceptions to that. The executive session exceptions that we've talked about many times and you're all familiar with. But if it isn't covered by an executive session exception, just always be asking yourself, always be saying to yourself, this is a discussion we need to have in open session. And so what does that mean? So under our bylaw, the 0169.2, which again is a reflection of Ohio law, it says that even a prearranged meeting attended by a minority of the board could be a meeting that the sunshine laws would require to occur out in open. And so what that means is that if two board members are discussing something, and then a day later, or a week later, or even a month later, one of those two board members in that original, very isolated conversation has a conversation with a third board member. Now, in the eyes of the sunshine laws, you have what's called a serial meeting. So it's an overall discussion of an item of public business that took place in pieces or parts. First, it took place between board member A and B on Wednesday, and then it took place between board member B and C on Thursday. And so you say to yourself, but there was only 2 board members there at any one time, or in that text, or in that email, or what have you. The fact of the matter is, the law looks at it as if you were all together and says you should have had that meeting in open session. Why? I'll go back to how I started. Your discussions need to take place in open session. Yes, you definitely gather information between board meetings. That's crucial to what you do as board members, and I heard that earlier tonight, and I agree with that. A good board member is only good or only as good as the work that they do between board meetings in bringing themselves up to speed, asking good questions, collecting the information that will be relevant to the votes that you need to cast at an upcoming meeting. Just sort of learning kind of what it is you don't even know about an issue. Sometimes it's all new, and you've got to start at the very beginning, and you have to build your understanding. All of that investigative, all of that information gathering is 100% legal. In fact, the law wants you to do that and gives you the space to do that. Where it becomes a discussion, though, is the point at which it needs to take place in open session. So when you stop just gathering information and you move into discussing, deliberating, weighing, analyzing, when you start doing those sorts of things as a group of 2 even, that's when the law says that needs to take place in open session. That's what you're supposed to do out in open so that your community can hear, so that your community can comment on it and criticize you or compliment you or vote the way they're going to vote at the next election. That's what Ohio's sunshine laws are all about. And the reason they're called the sunshine laws, obviously, is so that the sun shines on all of the discussions that you have because it's out in open. And so just be wary of the conversations that take place between 2 board members where you're discussing board business. Because you as a board member may feel like that was an isolated conversation, completely legal, standing on its own, but you can't control the person with whom you had that conversation, and they may go on and have that same conversation with a 3rd or 4th or 5th board member, and you, as the initial participant, may say, well, I didn't know they were going to do that. Well, the law doesn't really care whether you knew or not. It just matters whether it happened or not. And so just know that that's where the problems come into situations that public bodies face all the time. And again, I understand and completely endorse the concept of gathering information. You know, the idea that you say, hey, we're looking at a building project and I want to know A, B, and C. I want to know how it is we're going to pay for it. I want to know how it is we're going to do this. What's the schedule? All of those are good and important things for you to gather information on. But then once you have that information, save the discussion part of the process for an open meeting. Or if it's an executive session, obviously during an executive session. And so
you said earlier, definitions are important, right? And so if you could, if you know what the definition is according to the courts, let's say, where it says a series of prearranged meetings attended by a minority of the board to discuss public business without giving proper notice is a violation of the Sunshine Law. So it says a series. What is the definition according to the courts of a series?
So, you know, it's essentially more than one. And that's I use the term serial. It's used synonymously with a series of meetings. The idea is that, you know, again, if two board members are having a discussion and it's isolated and it's about board business, there's nothing illegal about that. I don't think that's preferred practice, because I think the full board should be the beneficiary of that, of hearing that discussion, of participating in that discussion. But standing alone, that discussion is fine. It's then when you add another discussion involving at least one other board member that wasn't participating in the first one that you have the series or a serial meeting. It doesn't have to be a situation where, let's say, I mean, years and years ago, you used to read about situations where a superintendent would schedule a meeting and would meet with two of the board members on Wednesday, and then maybe have a meeting with two other board members the next day, and then maybe the fifth board member day after that. You don't have to go all the way through the full board to reach a problem. Those things used to happen, they really don't anymore. But as long as it becomes a majority of the board participating in a discussion, even though it didn't occur at the same time, even though it didn't occur using the same format, so sometimes something will start on a text message or in an email thread and then carry over to an in-person or carry over into a phone call or something along those lines. The law doesn't make any distinction about that. The key is when it becomes more than two of you having had the same discussion, that's when the law says it needs to have been a discussion that occurs in open session.
Maybe a different name, one series and a definition. So let's say two board members discuss the bottle of Coca-Cola you have on the table there, and they then discuss that 3 days later, the same two board members. How does that apply to series?
As long as it's the same two board members in an isolated discussion, it's fine. I will tell you, though, that there is authority out there that says even just two more members constantly discussing the same item of board business can be a discussion that the law views as needing to occur at a board meeting. For example, the law recognizes the idea that your committees are required to have open meetings, even though there's only two of you on the committee. The idea that two board members can be doing board business outside of a meeting is one of those gray areas, as you mentioned, Lori, that we all have to be careful of. For me, it's very much an evidentiary analysis. So I'm always looking at these situations as if I have to defend or explain something in a light that I think is most favorable, but that reflects the law. And so I want to be able to prove that discussions occurred in open session. Because if a resolution comes onto your agenda and we don't have in our minutes, either at a committee meeting or at a board meeting, the record of that having been discussed, the implication is that it happened somewhere else. And so now I'm dealing with this implication and I have to prove a negative. I have to prove it didn't happen that way. And it's very hard to do that. It's just someone says, you were at the BP station on Wednesday at 3 o'clock. How do I prove that if I was just sitting in my office? How do I prove I wasn't at that gas station at that time? It's a difficult evidentiary problem. It's not impossible, maybe I sent an email at that time, but then you could send an email from your phone and you could have been at the BP station, or maybe I was in a meeting. Oh, that person might not have a memory of that. I don't know. You know what I mean? It just becomes a matter of evidence. And so for me, the best evidence that we have whenever there's any allegation or any concern even that the sunshine laws have been violated is that I can flip open to the minutes that Gary prepares and files and that you all approve and say, look, there it is, page 17 of the meeting that happened on December 19th, there's the discussion. And that is a really important thing. And there's one case out in Ohio that deals with this exact issue. It happened years ago, but two board members had a discussion, and then several months passed, and then one of those two board members had basically the same discussion with a third board member. But in the interim, what happened was they discussed it at the board table, it was in the board minutes, and the court looked very favorably at that situation and said, look, this board discussed this issue, and the fact that there was this serial meeting, even on its face, was sort of was not looked at as a sunshine law violation because the court felt that the board discussed it. It was in the minutes, and they had proof of that. And so that case for me has always been very important in how I provide advice to public entities, in particular school boards. Make sure that you are discussing these things at a public, any item of board business that's coming before this board that you are voting on, that you're you're considering a specific program, a specific action, whatever it might be. Having those discussions at the board table are critical for the district's position in any situation that involves the sunshine laws.
You mentioned voting, so another scenario, let's say someone puts on some social media how they're going to vote on a particular issue in a meeting that's going to be in a day or two, and all the other board members can see that. How do you view that?
I've presented to this board and many boards on public officials' use of social media, and it keeps me up at night. It makes me very nervous. It's an evolving area of the law. There was a very big decision recently this year, and I think we talked about it in one of our prior trainings, where for the first time the court actually recognized that a public official can say on their social media page or account, these are my personal views, this is my own page, this does not reflect anyone else's opinion but my own personal opinion. The courts finally recognized that disclaimer as essentially a presumption that that's a personal page. That said, that presumption can be overcome if you're talking about official business. And so it makes me very nervous about that. Signaling in advance how you're going to vote by one board member, in and of itself isn't a problem. I would say, however, though, that if it spurs conversation among the other board members, then it could start a chain effect that could easily lead to a sunshine law violation. Because again, like that board member who had an isolated conversation, who can't control where that conversation goes, does it go to a third or fourth or fifth board member? The same thing is true of a social media post. You can't control how the rest of the board might react, and that could be a problem.
So if it's a public page and not a personal page, would that change anything? Because the board really could communicate with each other on social media then and not break the sunshine law if the court recognizes that you can speak openly on public pages.
Yeah, so I didn't mean to give that impression. If I did, I apologize. So the fact that if you have that disclaimer that says these are my own personal views, the presumption now under existing law is that that's a personal page. That presumption can be overcome, though, if you're talking about your official business. And so then the court would say, yeah, we start with the presumption that it's a personal page, but in this particular case, let's say, it now becomes, that presumption is overcome because the person was talking about their official business, and then the court would no longer look at it as a personal page. That disclaimer would not have any legal effect at that point. So again, an individual board member who signals how they're going to vote on something, in and of itself isn't violating any laws. But again, how do the rest of you react to it? If the reaction is board member B then calls board member C and they talk about it, and then board member D gets involved, then the whole thing is unraveling. You are in a process of, I'm not saying it's happened, if it's happened or if it would happen, the whole process is basically something that should be taking place at a public meeting. So.
Any other questions for Mr. McIntyre?
I would just say that recently we're videotaping or filming the committee meetings. And so there's 2 people, as you said, on a committee. Other board members might watch that and have discussions about what happened in that meeting, but they weren't there. So I just want clarification on that.
Sure. So it's the same basic principle. So 2 board members having one isolated conversation, in almost every single case that I can imagine or that I've ever seen, that's not a problem. But what happens when that becomes a 3rd board member gets involved? Or 2 other board members, maybe one that was at the committee and one that wasn't in the committee, but that wasn't in that initial isolated conversation, they start having a conversation on their own. That now you have all of these discussions taking place that the law says it needs to take place in an open session. That's why I started with the idea of the law says if you are discussing board business as a public official, the strong presumption is that all of those discussions need to take place at the board table at a properly noticed meeting. The law just isn't really set up to always give the clearest answers. It's just you have all this case law. If you go to we talked about the Sunshine Law book, it's referred to as the yellow book because it has a yellow cover on it. But it's 145 pages long, and I think it's in 6-point font. It's incredibly dense, single space, no paragraphs, no margins. I mean, it goes to the edge of the page. I mean, it is, and they update it all the time. I mean, I think there are over 2,000 footnotes in this document. So I'm boiling down this huge mass of decisions made over a 100-year period by literally dozens and dozens of courts at different levels all over the state of Ohio. And so it's, there are certainly, some differences of opinion out there for sure among even our courts. And that's why things go to the Ohio Supreme Court, because they are the final word on what Ohio law means. And there was a lot of misunderstanding about email messages for a long time. A lot of courts looked at email messages and viewed them very much like a transient record, like a phone slip. Somebody calls and leaves a message. Is that a record? It doesn't really document anything other than somebody called the superintendent, let's say. It's not. We didn't create it. I mean, yes, somebody made it, but it's not really a record in the same way that like Gary's reports are or that employment contracts are. And so that was a source of a lot of debate all over the state of Ohio for many years. And then the Ohio Supreme Court stepped in and said, yes, email are public records. And so the same thing goes for the Open Meetings Act. I'm taking this huge quantity of information, distilling it down to the basics, but the law, all the presumptions, all of the policies that underlie the Open Meetings Act are all directly and very carefully aimed at having these discussions take place at the table that you're sitting at, out in front of all these people, and so that you can have the benefit of each other's viewpoints. You could try to talk somebody out of their point of view. The public can hear you do that and either applaud you, which some people will, and boo you, as some people will, and all of that is the way our democratic process is set up, that it's supposed to take place all out in the open. And so just, I guess, as you work through where that line is, again, between information gathering and discussion, just always err on the side of discussing the matters out in open at a meeting.
Okay, so prior to a board meeting, when I'm hearing, just clarification.
Please.
If you're citing specific agenda items and how you're going to vote, and it's on social media, and other board members either see it inadvertently or someone sends it to a board member, that's really kind of risky, or not good boardsmanship, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so my, how you operate as a board, your matters of self-governance are your matters. And they may not be legal matters. So I have to stick to my lane, which is to, provide legal advice and to give you hopefully the benefit of good legal analysis. So whether that should happen or not should happen, for all those other reasons that have nothing to do with the laws, that's for you all to decide. But from a legal standpoint, in and of itself, it's not a violation, as I've mentioned. But could it begin a process that leads to problems that are legal in nature in terms of violating the Open Meetings Act? Absolutely.
Quick question.
Sure.
If I go out and gather information, what am I allowed to do with that information?
So, I think that's a great question. I think all of the board members should have the benefit of all the information that each of you has. So it's not uncommon for a board member to send an email, to our superintendent and to our treasurer and say, hey, I have these 10 questions. Not deliberative questions, not about whether we should do something, or even how we should do something, but the data that you need to have those discussions. I think that email should be sent with a copy to the rest of you. Again, not so you can start a discussion either individually or by email or text or in person or anything like that, but to know that one of you has made this really incredible request for information, and then I think the response that should come from our superintendent or our treasurer should go to all of you. Now, that said, if we're going to do that, we have to be very disciplined about receiving that. It's human nature to say, oh my gosh, I really got this really key and very important piece of information, and I want to talk with a fellow board member about that. That's the human condition. But you can't. You got to hold. You just hold until you're at this table, and you have the chance to talk about it. So what do I think ought to happen? If you get good information, you should share it with your fellow board members. FYI. You could say, we'll discuss this, or I'd like to discuss this, or I've asked our superintendent to put this on the agenda for discussion. That gives everybody a nice little reminder that this isn't the time when this email comes in. It's later when we're at a board meeting. It's not uncommon for our superintendent or treasurer to put together reports that might be shared with you. I don't know the ins and outs of how you guys do that necessarily. Every district's a little bit different, but a lot of central office administrators are pushing information through the superintendent or through the treasurer to the board members so that you have all of that. And I think you all ought to have the benefit of that information so that when you're at the table, you don't have that unfortunate situation of somebody saying, well, I didn't know that, and now I'm hearing it for the first time, and I have to react to it in real time, and I may not be ready for it. I may have my own questions. That just slows down the process. The process works most efficiently and sometimes very rapidly when you collect all the information, you get it into all the board members' hands, you give the board members a chance to discuss it, deliberate, ask whatever additional questions they have, and then you call for a vote. Let's find out how you feel about something. But once that information is collected, if it just sits in one board member's hands or two board members' hands, it's not as good to the organization as if it were in all 5 board members' hands.
Sometimes when you have discussions with the consultants, you're really not coming up with any kind of conclusion, but you have information that is just pieces, parts of a whole that hasn't been put together by you yet. So how do you handle those pieces, parts?
So with consultants, it's a little, this is, some of this is a matter of how you want to do business. It's not a purely legal issue. And some of it is a legal issue. So I would say that I often look at my own situation. So technically I'm a consultant to the district, sort of a legal consultant, hopefully, to the district. And so I always prefer that if I have to give advice like this, that I have the chance to give it to all of you at the same time. That makes me feel better, knowing that you all can hear, challenge, question, get clarification, what I'm saying. What I get worried about is if I say something to a board member and then maybe I wasn't as clear as I should have been. Maybe I thought I was 100% clear, but it just didn't land the way I wanted it. Or maybe there was just a general, complete disconnection on both sides of that communication. And then we're off track. Yeah, the benefit of that advice, of going to that person like me, is lost because in that process of receiving the information, it didn't go as well as it should. And so I think when you're dealing with consultants, by and large, you invite them to a board meeting, you allow them to make a presentation, you can certainly give them a bunch of questions you expect them to be able to answer or include in their presentation. If they're going to do a report, you have the right to ask for that report in advance. So you have that so that you can come to the board meeting ready to go and ready to ask whatever questions you have or interact with that consultant. And the fact that the other board members get to benefit from that. Maybe they think that's wonderful, those are really good questions. Maybe they don't. Maybe they think those questions are off base and they get to ask their own questions, and that's okay too. That's what this process is all about. It's a deliberative process. I think, one of the best analogies for a good board discussion is the movie version of what happens in a jury room after they get the case and they have to go in that room and deliberate the guilt or innocence of a defendant in a case. Oftentimes it starts out in one way, and by the time that discussion ends, it's going in a completely different direction. That's what your meeting should be comprised of. Not necessarily changing courses like that, but just robust, vigorous debate about the merits of whether to do something or not do something, about whether to spend money on this item or that item or no money at all. That's what, that's what your consultants can help you do. And so doing that out in open is going to be, I think, a better process, a process that's more aligned with the law and is going to allow you to function more successfully as a board. The strength of a board is in its unanimity. That's where the power from this board table emanates. And so the more times you can reach that, the more effective and the more powerful your decision-making will be. That's just also part of the human condition. when there are, when there is a divisiveness, when there are, 3 board members feeling one way and 2 board members feeling another way, that gives people an opportunity to pick sides. But when you're all unanimous, there's only one side, and that's the board's. And that's the gold standard. That's what we want to always shoot for. That's not always possible. We live in an environment and a democratic process, or we have a democratic process that allows for a majority rule. And that's good too. And that can be effective as long as you're having that discussion. We had lots of discussions here in the district at a time when whether to mask or not mask was the big question, and it was very difficult, and the community was very invested. I mean, I know that I attended one meeting, there was, 400 people in the auditorium, maybe more? And as I recall, the board was split on that, but the board decided it, and that was that, and it worked. But it was a very, very long and difficult discussion. But it was a discussion that happened out and open, and people presented their own views and tried to talk people out of their views, and ultimately they got to that answer. But the key for that process was the idea that it was discussed, people were given, were called upon to give advice like consultants. That was done as a part of the open session, and everybody on the board benefited from that. And even those in the community who didn't agree with the final outcome, ultimately they were able to see that process taking place. And that's the hallmark that we're shooting for, is this, seeing that process.
Let me ask you a question about developing a product. Let's say a product is being developed. Let's say a report. And that report, wherever it's going to be delivered, is being developed. And you have a board member that is gathering information from the other 4 board members. Is that permitted? And then that board member puts forth that report.
So there are a lot of variables there. So if the board has decided something, they've discussed it at the table, or if it's an executive session discussion, and then you've decided to delegate the authority of compiling to one of you, that can be a perfectly legal process to take place outside of a board meeting. If there hasn't been a discussion already, if there hasn't been an explicit delegation of authority to a single board member, then it could be viewed very much as trying to subvert the sunshine laws by trying to have a bunch of one-off meetings, kind of like a hub of a wheel and spokes. If you're trying to use one board member to then have these 4 one-off conversations about board business, that could very much be a problem. I think that's, in order to give you a sort of a legal opinion on whether that's legal or not, I think I'd have to know more information about it. But the idea of gathering information from board members is a lot more challenging than getting information from your consultants, from your superintendent, from your treasurer. The whole structure of school boards in Ohio is set up so that your fundamental job is only to see to it that this district runs well, but not to run the district. And you have a superintendent and treasurer that are legally and contractually obligated to do that. And you just want to make sure that they're doing it according to your goals, according to the parameters that you've established for this district, the direction that you've established for this district. And so I get very nervous about the idea that board members are sort of gathering information among themselves outside of a meeting.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Another piece of new business I did not send, but we have to do, is picking a date for our tax budget hearing and our organizational meeting. And so that is in the consent agenda for buildings and grounds and operations, item A. And I thought we'd do it now, get that in there, so that way when we come to voting, it's already done. And it has to be done before the 15th.
15th of January, yes.
Can we do it on a Thursday evening, just like we do today?
I am going to be out of the state the 9th to the 13th.
Okay, so before the 9th? Mr. Official, you go out of town?
I'm flexible.
Oh, you're not going out, I thought you go out of town at the
I'm
beginning of
out on the
January.
11th.
Okay, so we have to, before the 9th.
So in whatever time you want to choose, I'll make myself
Okay.
available.
Mr. Keeney, any obstacles in that time frame?
No.
Tuesday night isn't the best for me, but Monday or Wednesday is good.
Did I say Tuesday? I'm sorry. Is morning okay for everyone?
Yeah.
Good morning. Okay, let me just put my work.
Which days?
Let me,
Yeah, I gotta get my work calendar.
sorry.
We wanted to do a morning.
I can try to see if I can get a morning to work, depending on my, I have Tuesday the 7th I could do. I have Wednesday the 8th and Thursday the 9th, if you guys, anybody else can.
No, I fly out
Oh, the 9th, sorry.
The 8th is fine.
8th,
8th is fine for me.
8, 7?
7
Wait,
o'clock?
No, can we do 7:30? I have to drop a kid off.
Okay, 7:30.
7:30
Thank
preferred
you.
for me as well.
Yeah.
Getting my kid here at 7 is a challenge.
Yeah, I agree. I barely get him out of bed some days.
That's Wednesday, the 8th, at 7:30 a.m.?
Yep, and then the tax budget hearing at 7:30 a.m. on the 8th. Organizational meeting, Mr. Placco?
Usually we do 15 minutes.
So
even sometimes it's long,
7:45?
so- But yeah, it's probably 7:45 would be good.
Okay, because we have to start exactly at those times, so.
You'll send a meeting invite?
Yes.
So that's been filled in on the consent agenda for buildings and grounds and operations when we come to it.
Okay. I know Mr. Kinney has not been to this type of meeting, so basically, last year you sent out something, but I don't know how this is going to take place this year.
I just sent out what committees you guys were interested in, is the only thing I sent out. So I would just come with those proposals to the table and, because that's where we assign committee members, committee chair, and then the committee member.
So who's doing the assignment then?
Whoever becomes the president.
Oh, okay, so the election is first and then, okay, or appointment. Okay. All right, so I got the date. Thank you.
Yep, the last thing we need to discuss, I did share with the entire board, and I should say, Mr. McIntyre had shared with the entire board the document that we received from the auditor's office. And in talking to Mr. McIntyre, one of the things I wanted him here for was just to make sure, like, what action the board needs to take, if any. I don't know, I'm putting you on the spot again, Mr. McIntyre, but can you share, like, kind of the discussion that we had and why we wanted to bring it to the table?
Yeah, so, I guess my thought is, in these situations, it's important to think about what we need to do to, make sure that the district is in the best possible situation, making sure that we understand where all the guideposts are for any kind of, compliance or legal issue. And so there are a lot of resources out there available to the district to do that. So I think I'm one of those resources, and really appreciated the opportunity to talk a little bit tonight about the Open Meetings Act. These are complicated issues, and I think no one was ever hurt by additional training and in service. I think those are good things. But you could certainly go beyond me, and you could certainly bring in somebody else that you might want to use to help you understand, difficult compliance issues. You could certainly bring in somebody that can take a look at the whole situation, sort of audit it, if you will, share that information with you and discuss it and learn from it. And again, position the district and this board in the best possible way, legally and compliantly. So, those are two of the ideas that I had that I've seen other boards use in similar situations. Bring in some sort of consultant that can audit and advise, and/or additional training.
Or we do nothing at this
You
time
could do-
and allow the state to audit and present their findings.
That's correct. So the state's going to take a look at everything and offer their opinion. We think, we're not 100% sure. It's a very ambiguous situation. It's not at all clear to me where we are. I did ask for some follow-up, and I shared that with you. But even the follow-up was not, at least in my opinion, 100% clear. But the state audit might, offer some compliance observations. And it ranges what that means. It could be anything, Gary knows. It could range from anything from a simple note all the way through a finding, which is a formal determination by the auditor's office.
So I wanted to bring it to the board table, share the information that Mr. McIntyre presented to me, and then ask the board. Again, he presented 3 things. Additional training, as mentioned, is always good. We had some tonight. We can decide that we want to perform our own audit and look for somebody to do that for us. Or again, we can do nothing and allow the state to do their audit and present their findings. Thoughts, opinions, questions?
I don't know. It's an interesting situation, so it would be interesting to see what the auditor's going to, I don't know how they're going to pursue that, so.
I'd be a proponent of using our own attorney, since I think Mr. McIntyre, how many years have you been doing school board attorney work?
33?
So I would suggest that 33 years of experience probably means that he's as well qualified as anybody, including an outside consultant. So I think I'd be a proponent of adding another hour of whatever Mr. McIntyre believes he would want to present it as far as training, to show the board is acting and being diligent in seeking a path that is satisfactory. Would that be a good way of wording it?
I'd happily do that. Tell me when. I'll be here.
That's not going to negate the auditor's response.
No,
They're still going to
the
go through
auditor's
the
going to
process,
do what
right.
they're going to do. And, but looking at situations, learning from them, continuing to grow our understanding of very complicated legal issues is, I don't think, a waste of anyone's time.
Anyone against additional training? All right. I would suggest after we set our board meetings in January that we figure out that work session. Would that be okay, Mr. McIntyre?
Of course.
I don't think any of us over the next 2 weeks are going to be in for training.
Understood.
I just want to ask, again, the state's going to do what they are going to do. Is there any desire for us as a district to do our own audit or to hire somebody to do an audit? Again, that comes at a cost to the district, so I just want to make sure that everybody considers that.
I would just let the state do their thing.
Okay?
Yeah.
Any disagreement with that? All right. So we'll work on setting up some training, and we'll wait to see what the state presents back to us. Thank you again. All right, that brings us to our Board of Education Committee and Liaison reports. Superintendent's Business Advisory Liaison took a vacation, well, I didn't take a vacation, but the committee took a
Well,
vacation.
not really, they're working in small groups.
Well, the small group
Yeah,
work,
we
correct.
presented some good stuff out in the small groups and kind of had some checkups along the
Oh,
way.
have you had some?
I know that the Dr. Malacca's group has, I've sent my group members some kind of guidelines along what the rubric is for the Portrait of
Okay.
Riverside Beaver, along with an AI podcast that goes with it. It's really cool, it's about
Right.
10 to 11 minutes, so.
So when we come back, or the
When we
Business
come-
Advisory Council
the
comes back
next-
in
The
January?
next meeting will be in February.
February? Okay.
Yes.
There'll be more of an update
There'll
then.
be more of a, we will have a robust meeting at that point to kind of share out.
Great, thank you. That brings us to Curriculum and Programming Committee and Facilities Liaison.
Okay. We did not have a meeting this month, although Dr. Malakar did attend the Finance and Personnel meeting, and she just shared with me a request that I had made about knowing more about the history of the third grade fall reading test. And so she was able to share scores, not only from that we just received, but we also got scores from fall of '23 and fall of '22, and what it looked like at the end of the year. So this is the state testing that Ohio does at third grade in reading, and it kind of gives an idea of where the students are right now, and then the building principals meet in their grade level teams, and they go over the data for each student, which the blizzard days or whatever our snow days kind of set that back a little bit. But they are going to have discussions about how to proceed in helping students going forward. They will continue to do measurements with MAP testing, which are measures of academic progress, and they will continue to do everything they can to bring our students or get our students ready for this spring testing by the state. Okay, and then I know I'm the facilities liaison. I know Dr. Rotino has his report tonight. I may chime in with some comments later on that, but I'll let you handle that.
Yeah, there's the final's been shared, it's linked in the agenda and all that. It's up for vote time, so.
Yeah.
Thank you all for feedback, and thank you to the committee publicly.
So are we having any further
There's no-
discussion on it? Okay.
There's discussion when it's up on the.
On the agenda.
On the agenda.
Right, that's what I meant. Okay.
All right, that brings us to Buildings and Grounds Operations Committee and the Alumni Association Liaison, Mr. Fischel.
December is usually a pretty light month for the Alumni Association, so Buildings and Grounds. So Mr. Arlesic shared that he wanted to emphasize the job well done by the maintenance crew for the snow removal when we had the big snow. And he also shared that he wanted to thank North Shore for staying in touch with him and getting everything done as needed to be done. And if anyone is aware of snow removal, sometimes you're using big equipment to move snow around, just so you can maneuver into the parking lots. The maintenance guys also came in on Sunday and went above and beyond in removing that snow. The Lamuth gym floor, it is new, but we're having a few issues, and there's some buckling going on. And so Cincinnati Floors has been contacted by Mr. Arlesic to come out and take a look at that, and that is scheduled. More information to follow after that happens. And he said there's plenty going on over the winter break. He said there will be inspections to the campus, Buckeye, Melridge, and Lamuth, and update what's called an AHERA report on hazardous materials in the schools. And so that'll be happening. That's a state requirement. And there's a renewal every 3 years. The Lake County Health Department will be conducting their biannual inspections of the schools. The intrusion alarms for the campus, Buckeye, Melridge, and Lamuth, and the bus garage will be getting new motherboards installed by Southeast Security. This is a system upgrade and refresher for us on access control, just make everything a little bit more efficient and effective. There was a Cleveland Vicon quote. The Lamuth teachers requested better safety after the event over at Riverview for 29 doors that did not have the ability to be locked from the inside and retain what's called a paracord rope in the event of a lockdown. So they're asking for approval, Mr. Arlesik's asking for approval to proceed with the quote, $14,140. And this will just allow them to lock everything down the same through the whole building, and it'll be a little bit safer. Discussion by the Buildings and Grounds to have CCG come to the next meeting and make brief presentation to the committee on the possibility to convert Riverview and Parkside from Gardner Controls to CCG. CCG is a company, and there have been some issues working with Gardner, so the district is looking at the possibility of making a change so that there can be a better and less cumbersome relationship. So Mr. Arlesik is looking forward to that. There was a quick update on the CTE building, which we had tonight, in the Riverview edition, which we had tonight. There was a ranking of the CMRs, the construction companies for the Riverview project. And there were 2 renderings by TDA as what were shown tonight, a couple options for the Buckeye addition, and that's the Buildings and Grounds report.
Thank you. And that brings us to Policy Committee and Legislative Liaison, Mrs. Drexel.
Sure, so we have on our agenda this evening the adoption of the large package of policies that we have now had on as a second read. We also have a first reading of a new policy, 2265, that has to do with protections of individual beliefs, affiliations, ideals, or principles of political movements and ideology. I would suggest we have that on there for a first read, so we'll have that on as a second read at our next meeting. We also have on our agenda the Board of Education Handbook revision, which, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Rotino, you did not receive any.
I did receive one, which I made some adjustments to. The grade levels of some of the buildings were incorrect, so I went and corrected them. I believe Melridge and Buckeye were solicited as pre-K 5, and I changed it to pre-K 4 to accurately reflect what they are this year.
Okay. Other than that, I don't have anything else to report.
Thank you. Brings us back around to Dr. Tino and the superintendent's report.
Yeah, December is a busy month around the district. A lot of exciting things that happen. Kicking off, actually going back to November, the day before we went on Thanksgiving break with our first district-wide, our second, and I can say second annual, Nick's not even here, I took a step out. Second annual district-wide Community Kindness Day, where we had all of the schools on a prescribed day kind of go out and do different things for the community, whether it was making blankets at Parkside. They made blankets for the Linus Project. They did different things with to end 68 Hours of Hunger. They did drives, they did food drives, they did reached out into the general community as well. Lamuth students actually went to a assisted living residence and sang for the residents there. It was especially personal to me because that's where my dad is actually now currently, so I got to go visit Dad during the day, as well as see our students sing, and it was great. So, and all the residents there really got a kick out of it, so it was a nice thing to see. So that was our second annual Community Kindness Day, and a tradition that we hope to continue. Halls of Holly, kind of just give a little bit brief update on that. More than 170 campus students help coordinate Halls of Holly. It's one of those things that we do that just makes this district special. Similar to the Fall Fest or Boo Fest that the National Honor Society puts on, Halls of Holly is put on by our student council as well as our senior leadership group. It was attended by hundreds of community members, really kind of a neat, special thing to get everyone in the community in the holiday spirit. And they had a great attendance there as well. Another thing to be proud of, we are again earning the PBIS Bronze Award at the Riverside campus. That's an award that recognizes structures put in place for positive behavior intervention supports. This is the second year that they've won that award, I believe. The campus, as well as all of our schools in the district, develop these PBIS initiatives to promote positive school-appropriate behavior to continue to improve the safety, climate, and wellness of all our students across the district. So it's something to be proud of and something that's out. And I believe as that that's a committee that comes out of our district leadership team. That committee continues to drive. They are working, we're setting up structures to earn even higher levels of that through that, not only MTIS process, which PBIS is one underneath that, but through that subcommittee in there. So more great news and more to come. Winter sports season has started. In fact, I think our middle school basketball is close to ending. They might have a tournament after the break, but some of them start really early and some haven't even kicked, like the girls' middle school basketball hasn't kicked off yet. But just to bring attention, both basketball, boys and girls wrestling, if the board remembers, they approved girls wrestling for the first time, so they're their own sport and going crazy. Swimming and diving is off in their thing. Gymnastics is finally a district approved sport, and they're kicking butt. We're real happy for them. And cheerleading are all in some sort of form. Couple of pictures up there to point out our girls basketball team and boys actually both got to play at the Quicken Loans now? Is that what they're calling it? The
Rocket Mortgage.
Rocket Mortgage. Whatever the new field house name is. They were down there on the calf floor. They got to play there. The Rumble was, I believe it was last weekend? Last weekend. Huge, well attended. It was packed in there. The gym got hot, but really a neat environment. And then I did get some of the basketball on the new floor, as well as the gymnastics team, which is actually not a club sport, but a real sport at Riverside. So all excited, all great stuff going on, for winter sports. The craft show also occurred the same day as the second day of the Rumble. That was last week. NHS hosted their annual holiday market craft show featuring more than 40 local vendors. A lot of people stopped by to pick up on some Christmas gifts. I was one of them. So I got some things for the family that are excited to pass around. Really kind of a neat event that was organized. Went throughout the day till like 2 o'clock. Kids were there, did a really nice job putting it on. Local vendors seemed really happy to be there. A lot of cool, specific Riverside spirit and interesting things there as well. And finally, a official save the date. Riverside is 75 years old. 75 years old from when it's opened, not from when the first class graduated, but from when the doors first opened. We are going to celebrate that 75-year celebration on Saturday, March 15th from 8 to 11. Alumni and community are encouraged to attend, tour the building, see the difference in old artifacts. We're going to have a pancake breakfast in the morning, and I believe the theater crew has decided to put a matinee show of SpongeBob on. So I know there's some talk about having a matinee that Saturday as well. SpongeBob is a spring musical, but I know they're doing it at night, and I think they're doing a matinee one as well, kind of capture some of that crowd and get some walk-up tickets. So exciting times for Riverside as a building, 75-year-old, and I think we may even have some preliminary work on the expansion as well at that time. So it'll be kind of neat to see, or at least we'll have some drawings that we can put out of, hey, this is Riverside moving forward. So.
And you can dress up in the pancake costume that we got from Dr. Kalis.
We could, or I was going to flip pancakes. I would prefer to do that. I'm more of a behind-the-scenes flipper, but I think the pancake costume, we can loan that out. So that concludes my report for the evening.
Thank you. That brings us to Treasurer's Report and Committee Updates. We're on Finance, Audit, and Personnel Committee and the Booster Organization Liaison. Mr. Keeney.
Yeah, we had our meeting on December 12th. Typical personnel updates, turnover, and this is seasonally typically a slow period, but there are still a lot of postings. Reimbursements are continuing to be made for the Science of Reading training, as well as the military recruit award payments. Discussion has been made regarding presentation of resolutions accepting the tax amounts and rates, plus additional purchase of legal fees beyond typical retainer services, which you'll see on the agenda tonight. They talked about the ESC service contracts regarding modifications to the ESC of the Western Reserve regarding state subsidy credits, and moving forward with the ESC of Northern Ohio regarding services through the Passport School program. 5-year forecast, updated forecast members were presented, and an updated forecast will be presented at the next board meeting. The PI funding options, different scenarios utilizing different instruments, maturity dates were reviewed. These and other scenarios will continue to be investigated and discussed with the board. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you. And the update from the treasurer, Mr. Placco.
All right, tonight we'll go through our monthly financial reports as usual. So for November 2024, as always, the reports are available in board docs and on the treasurer page. Our total cash balance of all our funds at the end of November was $38.3 million. The general fund is currently at $24.3 million. And then the permanent improvement fund is currently at $7.4 million, of which $1.3 million is encumbered for certain projects and for outstanding purchase orders, with the current unencumbered cash balance of about $6.1 million that's available for use. Our current appropriations and revenue estimates were 41.67% through the fiscal year. Revenue is currently at 45%. That's because we get the larger property tax settlements, so we're still trending ahead, but that will level out. And then expenditures are trending lower currently at 39.7%, but those will continue to increase as time goes on. On the next slide here, for general fund, November revenue was only $966,000 for this month, which includes $644,000 in unrestricted state foundation payments and $159,000 in restricted state revenue, which is basically our science reading stipend reimbursements we received this month. Our interest revenue for November was $73,000. Our current Star Ohio interest rate is 4.79. With the current rate cut, that will start to decrease. And then the Redmond Tree investment accounts yielding 3.83% for an overall yield of 4.36. Expenditures for November are about $4.5 million. And that's pretty much all I had to report tonight.
Thank you. That brings us to public comment. Anyone wishing to address the Board of Education will be recognized by the board president. Speakers are requested to speak from the podium, identify themselves and their topics. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Is there any public comment tonight? Yes, sir.
You know, it's pretty self-evident that Mr. Fischel wants to run a 3-person board here, and he wants to circumvent everyone else and impose his will on what's going on here. I can tell by the questions he's asking Mr. McIntyre, he's trying to find a slick way to do that without getting himself into trouble. And Denise and Dennis, you two are being led by a guy who doesn't have any more than a high school education, and after 45 years of running a Tin Man roofing company, has managed to earn himself an F from the Better Business Bureau. This man's going to lead you into a courtroom, possibly into a prison cell. The other problem that you have is that you're now flirting with the idea of encumbering the school district's real estate in a manner that you're going to lose control of the school. If you're able to meet these financial obligations, you win. But I guarantee you, that guy that came down and gave the presentation, he understands the complexity of these financial obligations in a way that none of you will. Okay? Mr. Platko and Ms. Grassi are the only 2 people with any financial education here. And I'm sure that they have trouble understanding what they're getting into. Okay? You need to listen very carefully to what that man said. He said they can turn off your HVAC and deny you access to the building. Okay? If you default, and believe me, these people make their living creating these obligations. He can tell you it's never happened before until it happens here. Okay? And when that day comes, you'll have no options. They will dictate to you. And they will know before they bring you the contracts to sign whether you're going to succeed or fail. You aren't going to know that until later. You guys are engaging in areas where you just don't have, you don't know what you don't know. And that's very unfortunate, and this man wants to control everything, and if you two go along with everything that he wants to do, we're going to have a disaster here. And in the end of the day, when you're voted off this school board, it'll be the people of this district and the students who suffer for decades, if not generations. Be very careful what you do here, because by going down this road and spending money that the school district doesn't have, and without the approval of the voters, who will never pass a school levy again, probably if you do this, okay? You paint yourself into a corner that you can't get out of. And you do that not just for this board, but for every board that succeeds you going down the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional public comment? All right. That brings us to our consent agenda for finance and audit.
Yeah, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the items listed A to G on the finance audit consent agenda as recommended by the treasurer. Do I have a second?
I second.
Any discussion?
I'd like to thank the following for their donations. We have $250 from the Riverside Alumni Association to the Slide Leadership Day of Caring Project. We have $1,600 from an anonymous donor to the Riverside Veterans Memorial Fund, and $500 from Susan Bloss to the Henry F. Lamuth Scholarship Fund. So I'd like to thank them for their donations.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, Gary, please take the roll.
Dennis Keeney,
Aye.
Lori Krenisky,
Aye.
Linda Grassi,
Aye.
Denise Brewster,
Aye.
Scott Fishel.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, we have an additional item here under donations. This is a resolution to accept the following donation, a $300 donation from Denise Brewster to the Riverside Drama Club. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Other than thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, and I think this is a four-person vote, no?
Correct.
She'll abstain.
Yeah, I made the donation in honor of my granddaughter's experience in the drama program, and knowing every time I go to a play, I'm reminded of how much the students benefit from that experience, and any way I could help. So I made a donation.
Gary, take the roll.
Lori Krenisky,
Aye.
Linda Grassi,
Aye.
Denise Brewster,
Abstain.
Scott Fishel,
Aye.
Dennis Keeney.
Aye.
Motion carried. All right, that brings us to our consent agenda for personnel.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the items listed on items A to H listed on the personnel consent agenda as recommended by the superintendent. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
I really don't want to approve item A.
Well, to be honest, I didn't want to recommend it. But unfortunately, Mr. Schlick, the assistant superintendent who's been here for 25 years, has decided enough's enough, and he's going to retire at the end of the year. He's served in a number of different roles throughout the district, including assistant principal at the campus, to campus principal, Melridge principal, and then in central office. He's been a mentor to myself as well as countless other administrators, and will definitely be missed. But is only a phone call away, so we'll be bugging him while he's there, and we wish him nothing but the best of luck in the future and congratulate him on his retirement. As he's heard already, this is the last whatever. So this is the last December board meeting that you have to be at, and so we'll continue to go with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, Gary, please take the roll.
Linda Grassi,
Aye.
Denise Brewster,
Aye.
Scott Fishel,
Aye.
Dennis Keeney,
Aye.
Lori Krenisky.
Aye. Motion carried.
Congratulations.
That brings us to the consent agenda for buildings and grounds and operations.
And just a note, in the first item, we've already set the meeting time, so that has been filled in.
Yes.
Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I make a motion to approve the items listed on the Buildings and Grounds Operations Consent Agenda as recommended by the superintendent, items A through C. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Can you call the roll?
Denise Brewster,
Aye.
Scott Fishel,
Aye.
Dennis Keeney,
Aye.
Lori Kniske,
Aye.
Linda Grassi.
Aye.
Motion carried.
There's a construction manager at risk firm ranking item. It's a resolution ranking the 3 firms that responded to the Riverside Local School District's request for statements of qualification for construction manager at risk. Firms for the review, Riverview Elementary School Expansion and Improvement Project. And so formally, there was
Second.
Okay, is there a second? Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. And we need to identify the ranking, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so number 1 was Cleveland Construction.
Cleveland Construction was number 1, CT Taylor was number 2, and Green Space Construction was number 3. In board docs, there was a more formal document that had that listing in there that's publicly available.
Okay, and so that is the ranking. Is there any discussion on that? And so approving that ranking, can you call a roll?
Scott Fishel,
Aye.
Dennis Keeney,
Aye.
Lori Kniske,
Aye.
Linda Grassi,
Aye.
Denise Brewster.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Next, we have a construction manager at risk contract, the Riverview expansion. And this will be, the Riverside Local School District Board of Education hereby approves the attached agreement between Cleveland Construction, Inc. and the Riverside Local School District Board of Education for Cleveland Construction, Inc. to serve as the construction manager at risk for the Riverview Elementary School Expansion and Improvement Project, and also hereby authorizes the board president and treasurer, CFO, to sign this agreement on behalf of the Board of Education. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Gary, can you call the roll?
Dennis Keeney,
Aye.
Lori Kniske,
Aye.
Linda Grassi,
Nay.
Denise Brewster,
Aye.
Scott Fishel.
Aye.
Motion carried.
And then we have a Riverside facilities plan approval, and this is the facilities plan by the superintendent, is that correct?
Yeah, that's, yes.
Just have to
Okay.
read the resolution.
Yeah.
Okay, so, sorry, okay, so, thank you. Resolution to approve the 2025 to 2030 and beyond Riverside Local School District 5-year facilities plan. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, and I think, is there any discussion?
I just want to, notwithstanding all the work that Dr. Rotino put into the creation of that plan, I would like to just go on and publicly acknowledge that I realize he did a lot of work. The community put a lot of work and effort into that plan, and we did surveys. We did a lot of things. I don't believe that the facility plan that is out reflects adequately what the public wanted, and I believe the facility plan was then derailed by the fact that we voted as a board 3-2 to add on to Riverview prior to the facility plan being able to be presented to the Board of Education and the public. I don't think that was the appropriate way to do things. I think we moved decisions and board votes prior to the facility plan being able to be produced. And as a result, I believe the facility plan doesn't address what was actually the outcome of the facility group, so.
I'd like to make a comment. I was in on some of the discussion. I met with Dr. Rutino regarding his close to final draft and final report. There's a lot in there. I think it gives us a good foundation for the next few years. We know we have the CTE project, the Riverview project, and I believe Buckeye project is very important within that, and there's a lot of other mention within that on some of the other facilities. I believe all of those are good talking points for further discussion. Things in that plan are not set in stone, but they're available for discussion. And I think as time goes on and things are always in flux with the buildings and things, we'll be able to have the discussions that are necessary for improvements to the district.
And I would concur with you, what you just said, because I was going to try to say a few of these same points. No one has a crystal ball going forward. The board did approve me as part of the facilities plan as a board rep, and it was 5-year, but during the course of all of our meetings, we did get a lot of additional information that we wanted to capture, and Dr. Rutino and I met, and talked a lot about this. So I think it's important that we, document what was discussed, what we want to take a look at going forward, but we also have to watch what do these new housing developments do to enrollment. Is there going to be any adjustments we need to make along the way as far as redistricting? We don't know. But one thing I do know, it's critical that we get our students, our full-time students at Buckeye and Melridge out of the modular trailers. Some of them, I know that they've been around, except for the newest one, they've been around for over 15 years. We're experiencing a lot of repair on some of these things, like leaks that have happened, repair, by removing a wall, and there's some mold there. It was never meant for students to be educated for 15 years in this environment. And so I think it's very important that we, move ahead on Buckeye, and in particular, as class sizes change, rooms free up, and you might be able to, like at Melridge, they have 3 sections of 4th grade. That's going to, when they graduate, there's going to be another room there that we would be able to hopefully manage, without the trailer there. And as we move forward with Buckeye, again, finding ways that we have our students in brick and mortar buildings and not out in a trailer where they have to, especially you can imagine in this kind of weather when we had all that snow, having to use the key fob, having to go to into the building from the trailer to go to the bathroom, to go to gym, to go to lunch. It's just not something I've seen in any district that I've worked in or have been associated with in, the 42 years I've worked. So at this point, the other concern that I heard when we had meetings at Buckeye and Melridge was the need for better lighting, but also air conditioning. I heard that overwhelmingly, and I talked to Dr. Rutino about that as well, and he did put something in there about HVAC. A statement was made about the advantage of that under the Lamuth, improvements. Adding air conditioning to a school can significantly improve the learning environment and overall well-being of students and staff. Regulating indoor temperatures can help maintain an optimal setting for concentration and focus, while also improving air quality by filtering out dust and allergens, which is particularly beneficial for those with asthma and allergies. School, and I also want to say it isn't just students, it's staff. And so school facilities become more usable year-round, enabling summer programs and extracurricular activities to take place comfortably. Finally installing, well, in this case, they're in the first phase, they're talking about installing a chiller at Lamouth as a long-term investment in the school infrastructure, aligning and modernization efforts, and offering energy-efficient solutions that contribute to a more appealing and functional environment for the entire school community. While this project is commencing, it is also recommended to do some exterior masonry work and loading dock to be completed by the Bialowski study. And although these things are needed for Lamouth, it's all in the order we do things. And when I look at Riverview at Parkside, you know, it's hard to think about what has happened in the last 5 years that Buckeye and Melridge have not been addressed. And yet these improvements for Lamouth would be $2 million. How much does it cost to have air conditioning at Buckeye and Melridge and improved lighting until we can add on and correct these issues? So that is my very strong concern. And I think that all students should be treated equally. I think that the staff that's in some of these older buildings don't have equal experience as well. And I think that should be a priority for Buckeye and Melridge. And then the other thing is, I just wanted to ask, also in segment 1, I know that the athletic turf replacement was mentioned and a fund was started and we've set aside some money for that. How much do we have so far?
I'd have to go back and look.
But, I mean, it's an $800,000 project, was it, or what's the cost?
I think it's about
It was estimated at-
800,000, and I think we have about 200,000 set aside right now, right?
So how,
It was estimated less
where's,
than that currently to do it, but then you factor inflation in, it may go, it'll.
yeah, it might go
rise.
higher. So where's that money coming from?
The permanent improvement fund.
So that is coming from the permanent improvement fund,
There's
you're
a cell.
designating
There's a
200,000?
designated turf replacement fund.
Right,
There is a sponsorship currently with University Hospitals, and they gave some money the first time. That sponsorship is up, so we go out to look for, when we replace it for a new sponsorship as well to help offset some of those costs.
Right.
So, and then the rest of that will come from the PI fund.
The current turf replacement fund is the revenue from the cell tower out back,
Okay.
just to clarify.
And it is put on to where it is because that was the prediction. Our maintenance staff does a phenomenal job keeping that and getting them more life out of it.
Right.
If it was originally 8 to 10 years, I think we're stretching it out to 10 to 15. But at some point, within the next 5 years, we're going to have to replace it. We know that.
okay.
And so just to put that placeholder on there needs to continue. So the longer we keep it up and keep it in good shape, the more revenue we get from cell tower fund, and
Right,
the better things are.
okay.
Right, and also to the cell phone revenue, it's not a large amount of revenue. Gary, how much would you say we average a year?
30 grand.
Yeah, it's like 20, it's
Yeah.
between 25, 30 grand.
So when we look at 4 years, we can expect maybe another 100,000, maybe a little bit more, but right around 100,000. So we have about 200 now. You figure we have about 300 of the approximately 800, and hopefully we can get a sponsor.
That's the next, when our sponsorship is up, it's to go out and look and be.
Again, I just want to make sure that we understand that that's just another item out of the PI fund that we're going to have to expend dollars on. So as we decide if we're going to finance out of the PI fund, that's got to be a consideration. We have turf to replace.
And to add to that, part of the thought and idea is to possibly start to put a little bit of money aside, whatever it might be. Let's just take an example of $50,000 a year, and if you're 4 years out, that's another $200,000. We could put away $75,000. We could choose a number that we do to dedicate towards that, and I think that would probably be prudent and wise to put a little bit of money away each year for that project, because the project is going to come. And we don't want it to be a very large number when it does come.
So, I guess for me, in regards to the facilities plan, I think, Dr. Martino, you did what you could with what you were handed. So I think the pivot from what the district or the community members wanted with putting an addition onto Lamouth that would make it 5 through 8, then also free up space at our elementary schools to do some of the same things that we're going to be doing. I think that would have been a great plan to go forth, and I think put us in a better position as an entirety for the district. But I guess with the Road of the Riverview, you had to pivot away from that, and I think you've done the best of what you can with what you've been handed, which is very hard for me because I think that there was a better plan out there in the first place, but I do appreciate the hard work you put into it.
I do think this plan with the large addition of Buckeye provides us with 3 modernized large elementary schools that are on the same plan. And even in our original plan, someday turning Lamouth into an elementary school, we still have a modernized elementary school for that.
My concern with it is we have a whole high school here that is not getting touched, and they do not have air conditioning, and they do not have some of the amenities either. So that's my big concern.
Okay, so I think that you talked about, we talked tonight about the CTE wing will be air conditioned. You are exploring options for air conditioning the cafeteria and what other space, the lecture room and...
Well, this space here actually has no working HVAC, so
Or heat.
if it gets much colder, it's going
Yeah,
to
I
be
know.
cold in here, we'll
I
see your
get it.
breath. But yeah, this is a space that's in dire need of something. The choir was on
The choir.
Buildings and Grounds agenda to move forward. We took that off with the CTE grant to see if we could get some economy of scale in a contract, competitively bidding a contract to bid a little bit bigger. And then it would be the cafeteria, the commons, and ultimately, pie in the sky, my favorite would be John R. Cafeteria as well. So all of those, again, equitable spaces for all students. They're all eating in air conditioning, and have that break during the day, if possible. But that would be, again, our plan is to bid them out as alternates and see what comes back.
Okay.
And see what we can afford within the budget, but we don't know until we ask.
Yeah, and the only other thing I looked into is, and we could only base it off the new modular trailer that we bought at Buckeye. But the cost of the trailer was $50,000. It took for basically transporting and setting it up, it was $112,000. Decking and canopy, $15,000, which our maintenance guys do a great job on that. But then they needed some additional materials for $6,995. And then electrical was $19,500. Outside electrical, another $2,800, and electrical costs and usage, $38.92. If you add it all up, including it's $14,722 for carpeting, it was $225,000 for that latest trailer. The others we've had for a longer time, but when you look at the total amount that we're paying in electric bills for just Buckeye, it's $16,119. And my concern is we don't even have comparable furniture at some of these older elementaries. And you know, I know when the 5th grades from Buckeye and Melridge moved to Lamouth, we did buy $85,000 or so worth of furniture. But again, going back to, we need to be more equitable about what we're doing at Buckeye and Melridge.
And so, Superintendent Rotino, I believe it was the beginning of November, you had invited, you had put out a template of the 5-year facilities plan and invited each of the board members to come in and talk with you and
I did
discuss it, right? So I know that I took that opportunity to come in and speak with you and Treasurer Platko, and it was a little more than 6 hours of time that we worked on the plan together and discussed the plan and what it looked like. And I know that we had even met before that, a month and a half or 2 months before that, and spent a couple hours discussing it. And I know that when we originally spoke, going back a few months, you had said, yeah, Buckeye has to be next, and I agreed. And of course, we spent a lot of time talking about that. And I know originally you had started out at 8 classrooms, and then you had moved it to 12. And so anyway, you know, and I agreed with that too, because I think we need that. And of course, that includes having a gym and putting the air conditioning through the old part of the building and updating the lighting to LED. And then my thought is in all of that to do the air conditioning and lighting at Melridge also. So, but in that time, we talked about the plan and discussed some changes to it. And I know that Mr. Platko and I spent a couple hours talking about the financing opportunities. And of course, you had already set up for Mike to come in and explain a little bit better what the parameters are on that. And so I think that's really good. The one item that is still in there that we talked about, or at least I talked about, maybe you didn't say it because you still have it in there, the Lamouth, when we were discussing it, and I think you have 2 phases. I would look at that as a third, but if it's 2, maybe the second half of the second phase. And you know, the idea of putting a couple $1 million into Lamouth before we're doing some other things. I just want to go on record that the 5-year facilities plan has taken a long time to develop, and it is here before us. It is malleable and workable, and I just want to be on record that I would not be supportive of spending a couple $1 million at Lamouth at this time before other things got done. But I do appreciate the time and effort and the time that we spent together discussing it. And I think that it gives us a path forward and something to work with. So is there any further discussion? Gary, can you take the roll?
Lori Krenisky.
Aye.
Linda Grassi.
Unfortunately, nay.
Denise Brewster.
Aye.
Scott Fishel.
Aye.
Dennis Keeney.
Aye.
Motion carried.
That brings us to an adoption of new revised board policies.
Belinda.
I'm sorry, is this Belinda?
We used to keep it under buildings and grounds, and now
Okay,
we're separated
okay,
out,
so it's moving, okay.
Yeah, we
I
just
changed that somewhat recently, just to.
We have a resolution for the policy adoption, a resolution to approve the adoption of the new and revised board policies and bylaws listed. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Is there any discussion on those?
Just to note, these were, our Assistant Superintendent Chuck Schlick had handled this, and these are all just required changes to the policies. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, they're all.
Legal.
You'll look at this new policy.
They're all
based on
legalese,
legal
right?
changes.
Yeah, legalese changes. So there's really not much to discuss here. I just want everyone to know that there's a number of them, and it's just all required things that we need to approve. So, and by law, we have to approve it by a certain date, right?
Some of them have to be on by a certain date. Some of them are just to be compliant with new regulations, new state laws, all of that. Some of them are just cleaning up some language within and moving some things around because of other changes. So that's why it's so robust this time around.
Almost a full page.
And everybody's had
Yeah.
2 meetings worth of opportunity to review them and read them. So if there's no further discussion.
Yeah, I was gonna say the artificial intelligence, AI. It was interesting to read that one, and I didn't know how is that then, you know, once we adopt this, then how is that communicated out to staff? Because it sounded like staff had leeway to use it if they wanted to use it
They
with students.
do. AI is really exciting. It's something we're training all of our staff on. It's one of our 3 major initiatives for the year, is really looking at how we can use AI to make to personalize learning, actually. So we will share some of the ways as to how to use it. Our students currently, ChatGPT is probably the #1 AI site that's out there. It does require to 18 as part of the disclaimer, so we do not open that through our website. I also know that they have other internet-connected devices that they can get to ChatGPT. I'd be foolish if I didn't say that our kids aren't on it. But it's also kind of looking into teaching our students how to use these tools as well to make decisions and to look at things like AI hallucinations, what that looks like, kind of those sorts of things, and really kind of partake in some of the good, the bad, and the ugly that comes with it, and really kind of have some of those. So we are continuing to work with training our staff, work with kind of shaping as we go our best practices and all that. And it's exciting, but it's scary all at the same time.
All right, thank you. All right, well, now if there's no further discussion, can we call the roll, please?
Linda Grassi,
Aye.
Denise Brewster,
Aye.
Scott Fishel,
Aye.
Dennis Keeney,
Aye.
Lori Krenski.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next, we have our first reading of new and revised board policy number 2265, protections of individual beliefs, affiliations, ideals, or principles of political movements and ideology. So that's a first read. There's no vote required on that. Next up, we have,
If I could make a note, this is a requirement for the timeline, so it will probably be for the second read and action, a new organizational meeting.
so we'll do second read and action. Okay.
Okay, were there two? I thought there were two.
There's just one.
Just the
There's
one.
just the one that is.
Okay.
And it's new.
It is new.
There's nothing to reference, it's new.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think you had originally said there were 2 items.
Yeah.
So I don't know where that, no, not for here, but in a meeting sometime
Oh,
ago.
there will potentially be other action items on.
Okay, so the other one is still pending.
Okay,
Yes.
got it. Next up, we have a resolution to approve the revisions to the Riverside Local School District Board of Education Handbook. Can I have a second?
Second.
The revisions to the board handbook had to do with the functions of the committees. We put those out there and asked for any input to be provided to the superintendent. And there was no other changes requested, correct?
It was the dates were the grade levels were the feedback that I did get. The one point of clarification, in my understanding, is all the appendices that we added to the facts, and as those update, we will just update those, or?
Correct.
Okay. That was mine.
Yeah, and so what I'd like to add is that there are so many changes in there. I think it takes a full work session to go through them item by item. And so it would be my recommendation that we pause and do a work session to go through them so that the full board can discuss each of the changes. And that's my recommendation at this time.
Didn't we already have that on a work session?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're voting on what's here in front of us, so it's a, we'll vote A or nay, or abstain.
Okay, so just for the record, as we vote on this, I would recommend that we not approve it and go to a work session because there's a lot of changes in there. And I think we need to go through them one by one and discuss each of them as a board.
I would tend to agree with that because there's a couple things in there I do really have some questions on.
And I did call Dr. Rotino, and when I started reading about the grade divisions and things, that needed correction. And then I started reading some of the rest, and I thought it would be helpful to have discussion.
About the whole book?
Well,
Because the
I'm
only
not-
changes that we made were
I'm talking
the
about
committees.
I have no problem with the, although, I mean, we probably should make sure the whole board is weighing in on the OSBA edition as a resource. I'm talking about some of the red line things at the beginning.
So
And
feedback
the
was
committees.
requested before this meeting so that it could be addressed. Was feedback provided to Dr. Rotino?
I only commented about the grade divisions.
I think part of the concern is, as Mr. McIntyre, our board attorney, said, you start getting into a round robin, a series of conversations about things. I think it's just simpler and easier to do a work session, but that's my opinion.
And again, I thought we had a work session on this topic, but
We never went through all the changes and discussed them one by one. We certainly didn't have a work session for that.
Do we have an option to table it?
So when this was presented, the way it was presented was that Mike had put these together. They were requests by board members in the past, and they're just updated now, and that's all that was spoken about it.
we had a policy committee where we talked about the board additions to the handbook regarding the structure of the committees. That was what was the purpose of adding those things to the board handbook.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There was a minor discussion in the policy committee, but there were 3 other board members not present.
I read through it. I'm okay with the changes, so, but.
We can just call for a vote. If it fails, it fails. It's fine. Can we call the roll, please?
Denise Brewster,
No.
Scott Fishel,
Nay.
Dennis Keeney,
Nay.
Lori Kniske,
Aye.
Linda Gritz.
Aye.
Motion failed. All right, next on the agenda is the Board of Education business.
Would you want me to take that? Okay. The Riverside Local School District Board of Education will send out by email a communication to the Riverside Local School District to inform about the progress, planning, and direction of the Board of Education. The Board of Education designates Scott Fishel to meet with Director of Marketing and Communications on Friday, December 20th, 2024, to formulate the email communication. The email will be sent on Friday, December 20th, 2024. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I'm going to continue to say that I oppose this being consistently added to our Board of Education agenda as a votable item. We haven't had any conversation on how the process is going to work. We continue to not have any conversation about how this process is going to work. We continue to not have any review by any board members of what this communication piece is going to say. We can't come to an agreement on how we're going to proceed with this. We've made suggestions, they've been deflected. So I'm just going to say we can continue to have this board agenda added to our meeting agenda every month, but I'm going to continue to oppose that. So.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
I again will also oppose it. Again, it bypasses our collaborative process that is essential for our board to function effectively. We just talked about it today. As a board member, we have responsibility to ensure that all decisions, especially communications to the district, are made transparently and with input from the entire board. The communication as proposed is coming from one point of view. It does not allow for a well-rounded discussion, and the lack of discussion for opportunity for inputs undermines our role in shaping accurate and truthful messaging to our district. And again, for those reasons, I'll be voting no also.
And so, just to recap, we have had the discussion 2 or 3 times in the past, and it continues to be the same discussion. And of course, the way that this has to practically be set up by the law is that any input you have into the email is welcomed by email, and forward that. And I have not yet received anything to be put in there, and so I welcome you to have input into that.
I want to be very clear
And
here.
so I'd like to finish before you interrupt me. Thank you.
Yeah,
And
listen.
our board attorney said that this is how this would be set up and the process. So what we can do is we can turn this into a policy. So maybe at the next meeting, we'll have a first reading to change it to policy.
Mr. McIntyre, is this the only way for us to go about a board communication, or can we agree on a process to come up with a board communication?
Yeah.
So he has not said this is the way.
So let's put it this way. The board communication typically would go out on Monday. Of course, we're out of school next week, so it has to go out tomorrow. But the suggestions in the past were, let's have meetings about this.
No, that wasn't a
Okay.
suggestion.
Oh, yes, it was a
A
suggestion.
suggestion was to let Nick write it up, to let Nick send it out to us, and if there's any concern, we raise the red flag to Nick, and that is an accurate process, correct? We can do that.
Yes.
We just can't have discussion among us.
Thank you.
So we could appoint our communications director to create a board email, but I think the board is the one creating the board email.
Then let's pass it around. Let's
And
talk
so-
about the process.
So in the past, the board had chosen to not communicate with the board email. The communications, which are very well done by Nick, are publications and emails. But I think we need to give the people more information, especially now as more is occurring. And we're going to have 3 building projects going on all at once. And I think regular emails, even if they're doubled up on the same information, people hearing that, receiving that. I know the people that respond to me are thankful for it. They're appreciative of it. And I think it's just such a simple item. And the idea that somehow the process is not fair or anything, I reject that idea, and I appreciate that.
Because you're writing the communication.
I appreciate that you are saying it is. And so, are you saying you would like to write the board email?
Yes, I think once in a while, everybody should have an opportunity to write the email. And I think at our next meeting, if you put another agenda item on here, I'm going to also suggest that we put an agenda item that says I get to write the email. I mean, and then what are we gonna do?
So
Like,
we can
you know,
have further
2
discussion
emails?
as we go, and then we can discuss even doing a round robin to where each board member
But we
does.
haven't discussed that.
You
We're not
won't
allowed to
let
have a
us.
discussion.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, you stopped the discussion, the last meeting.
Okay, because it was going down the same path that the previous 2
Right.
discussions were.
Because
We're
you
having
don't have a
discussion.
With a
discussion.
disagreement, and as we can see on this board, there's a disagreement on how to do things. And so here we are in the same situation. I think it's important to communicate with the district what's
And
going on.
nobody has said that we don't agree that
Right.
there's,
You're
that it's
not-
not important to communicate. We've just not agreed on a process, and you continue to appoint yourself as the communicator, and shoot, I want to be the communicator next time.
And I'll be honest, I wasn't in agreement with what was put in the original communication. So that's where that whole lack of discussion or opportunity, discuss it here what we want, and again, Nick can put it together and send it to us to say, that looks good, because it's, Nick's the director of communications.
So what happens if the director gets 5 different opinions on changes that should be made?
Then, well, that's part of what we have to figure out, Mr. Fischel, but the problem is, you have your perspective, and you just said it. We don't always agree. The communication should represent the entire board. So there was information put out in the first communication that I was feel that was inaccurate, and it was not truthful messaging or transparent to our community. So, and you continue to do that. It's your opinion. So, again, I think we need to talk about a process, but you have silenced us from doing that.
We're talking right now, are we not?
No, technically, we can't talk about the process, because you won't allow us to.
And we are discussing the item right now, are we not?
Well, we're discussing that we don't agree with this resolution.
Okay, and we're also discussing possibilities of other ways to do it, right?
Are we going to
You
come
just
to,
raised
are we
one.
going to come to a conclusion on what our process will be?
So I think for tonight, I think we have to go ahead and execute what's on the table. And in the future, I think that we can discuss other opportunities.
And when will we do that? Should we have a work session for that?
Well, it might not be a bad idea.
Great.
Okay?
Let's set one up.
So we can set a work session for that, and maybe we can couple it with the handbook.
That'd be perfect. Can we set that date at our organizational meeting? Perfect. And can we agree that we won't do another one of these, and we won't see another one of these resolutions till we have come to a conclusion on what that process is going to look
Well,
like?
I
Can we
don't
do
know.
that?
I don't know if you can
Right. I don't know
just
if we
stop
can
the
do that.
process.
Right.
Okay, so I think the process continues on. If we want to change the action of the process, then let's open for discussion, and I think that's a great idea. So is there any further discussion? Gary, can you call the roll?
Scott Fishel.
Aye.
Dennis Keeney.
Aye.
Lori Kniske.
Nay.
Linda Grassi.
Nay.
Denise Brewster.
Aye. Motion carried.
And we have, next item is Buildings and Grounds Committee. The Board of Education shall require the chairperson of the Buildings and Grounds Committee to direct the items that will be placed on the Board of Education agenda at each Board of Education meeting based on the discussions at the Buildings and Grounds Committee meeting. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'm also going to go on record as saying, I think this is ridiculous because we have 4 different committees and we don't have 4 different agenda items for the 4 different chairs of the 4 different committees that we have. I will also say that at our last Buildings and Grounds Committee, we had some heated conversation about what should be going on our agenda. And the items are on the agenda anyway, so I'm not so certain that process works right now.
The only thing I would say, though, is that the items are on the agenda but not recommended by the superintendent or the treasurer, so let it be. Again, I don't think that there's any secret power here. Anybody, any one of us can recommend for something to be added to the agenda, so it is what it is. So at this point, and just so you know, you don't have to put this on every month. I did confirm with Mr. McIntyre that it is a standing resolution, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a standing resolution, doesn't need to be repeated?
No, I mean, I would do it by the calendar year, so each board, after its organizational meeting, at the organizational meeting, could pass this as a standing resolution along with our other standing resolutions, and it would last for the year.
Make sure that we include all of the committees.
That would be
Sure.
a policy change, though.
Wouldn't it?
Actually, a bylaw change, correct?
If you're doing what, when you say add all the committees, do you mean to this?
I don't know. I mean, this is just the Buildings and Grounds Committee chair resolution items at our committee meetings. That's the whole purpose of the committee meeting.
So this resolution essentially allows, it captures what you all have as a right currently. So essentially, any one of you can put an item on the agenda. So this resolution doesn't do anything new, it just memorializes a right that you already have.
So is there a need to even have this on our agenda?
No.
So the one thing that it does do is it keeps the process of committee. So things that are being brought to committee and being put onto the agenda from the committee instead of just a board member. So that's the reasoning behind it.
But we haven't really agreed to how the committees are structured and how the committees work, because we won't approve the board policy handbook, so there's that.
I think there's already a handbook that describes that. What you're talking about are changes that have not yet been approved.
But they weren't included. So the board committee, the structure of the board committee was not included in the board policy handbook to begin with, and the definition of it. So
I mean, again, at this time,
Right.
we all have the right to put anything on the agenda. It is what it is. I mean,
Right, so it's no big deal, right? So,
no, it's not needed, as we mentioned. It's a right that we all have already today.
so Gary, can you take the roll?
Dennis Kane.
Aye.
Lori Kniske.
Aye.
Glenda Grassi.
Nay.
Denise Brewster.
Aye.
Scott Fishel.
Aye.
Motion carried.
We have another item on the agenda, building addition, Buckeye Elementary. The Riverside Local School District Board of Education hereby approves moving forward with building approximately a 12 classroom addition plus a gymnasium addition onto Buckeye Elementary. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I'd like to say that this approval of this will get the process started, which I think is very important. There's a lot to be done moving forward before we have any kind of finalized plan or anything like that. But I think this is just step one in exploring what our options are and our costs and everything else, because it is direly needed to upgrade that elementary school. It's in a great location. It serves a large portion of the northwest side of our district, and they're very much cramped for space there, and so new space is needed. How that plays out will be determined through a lot of meetings and discussions and everything else that goes along with it, but we have to take that first step in order to improve facilities for the children and the faculty and staff.
I think I would like to ask how much of this information is the rest of this board seeing for the first time this evening, and we're going to make a decision on a building addition that we had a brief 5-minute conversation or presentation by our architect team. We haven't really discussed it. We haven't discussed it at the board table. Gosh, we're going to have a work session about a piece of email that goes out, but we're not going to have a work session about a building addition that's going to cost us millions of dollars. That just floors me.
We're worried about $800,000 for the field, but we're not worried about a $1 million building. We're worried about air conditioning at Buckeye and Melridge. And again, I believe Buckeye needs updated. I'm in agreement with that. I understand where Dr. Rotino's coming from our discussions. But we haven't had discussion. We haven't thought about where the money's coming from. We don't know where the money's coming from Riverview. I agree, the process needs to get started, but that starts with discussion here at this table and how we're going to accomplish it.
I don't think we're in anywhere near a vote.
I would add that again, Superintendent Rotino put information out months ago about this addition. It's been discussed, massaged, talked about, changed, and updated for months. And also, at the beginning of November, Superintendent Rotino invited the board members in, each board member in to discuss that, and I would ask Ms. Grassi, did you go in and speak
I
with?
was not invited to go and meet with him.
Oh, you weren't?
We
No.
spoke on the phone.
We spoke on the phone.
Yeah, so, Superintendent Rotino, did you send an email out to the board inviting each person to
Here's
come
my
in?
Friday packet.
Yes.
So-
So everyone was invited, and I know myself, I spent 6 hours going over this. It is very, very important. You know, we've had these kids in the trailers for 15 years, and that's a travesty. I think Ms. Brewster talked about one of them that was falling apart so badly, there was mold in the wall. I know a worker that was working over there and said he knelt down on the carpet and his knees were soaking wet because the carpet was soaking wet. These trailers were not meant to be in service for this long. Kids are in these trailers, they're having to go outside sometimes 3 times a day because they have to go to the bathroom, they have to go to the gym, they have to go to lunch. It's not right. You know, there was one particular parent that spoke very loudly and very clearly at one of the meetings how upset she was that her son had to deal with those conditions. And I agree with her 100%. That should not be the case. And we need to fix these problems. These have been problems that have been going on for 15 years. We need to fix these problems. And I believe that we're on the right path in doing so. We've got one classroom over there that's divided into, 4 or 5 sections where kids that need extra help, they're in an environment where there's distractions in the very room where they're trying to get help. And not to sound, I don't want this to sound bad, but staff is going to the bathroom in the kitchen. There's just no space over there. I was over there last week, and there's offices on the stage in the gym cafeteria area because we don't have space to put our administration and staff in offices. The rooms that are supposed to be used for other things, the library, different things. I mean, how long are we can't continue to go like that is what I'm saying. We need to solve this problem.
And nobody is disagreeing.
And we need to solve the problem now.
Nobody's
Okay?
disagreeing.
And we've been talking about this from our superintendent for several months now.
Can I
But
ask?
but we haven't had any
And-
conversation at the table about the process,
so
the funding, what it's gonna
There
look
is
like.
going to be plenty of opportunity for all that discussion because this ball is going to be starting to move forward and everyone will have input. As
So-
Mr. Keeney said, this is a starter.
But unfortunately, we didn't all have input. The first time I saw those drawings were at our Buildings and Grounds Committee meeting just this past week, and at that time I asked, did any of our other board members have an opportunity to see this information yet?
Did our administration? Our administration was introduced to
You
them at the
know,
same time.
I mean, if that's the first time we're seeing it, that is not adequate discussion at the table in order to move forward with a multi-million-dollar project.
Again, I don't disagree that we need to do
Right.
something with Buckeye. We're saying we need to have the right conversation. Can I ask, why is this not put on by the superintendent and the treasurer to move forward?
I was waiting for the approval of the facilities plan.
Thank you.
Let me just say, I'm not a fan of either one of these drawings, but it is a place to start. We'll have a lot of discussions going forward.
Yeah.
And
And
I
And
feel
hopefully we're gonna
that
have those
if we
conversations
don't,
at the
oh,
table.
sorry.
At the table, at a work session, because we haven't had one yet.
And I know how long it takes to build an addition like that has to be customized with Buckeye. It's not like Riverview where it's a pretty straight shot, you know, one hallway, 4 classrooms on top, 4 on the bottom. We've done a good job of, you know, customizing some spaces in it, but Buckeye is gonna, you're definitely dealing with an older building. There's gonna be more nuances, plus you have trailers there that have to be removed. You have relocation of people in order to get rid of those trailers so you can do construction. And so at this point, if you don't start, you're going to lose another year. And I feel 15 years is long enough.
I love how you guys look back at the history of the school. There was a time we didn't have money to operate our schools, where we had to cut curriculum, we had to cut busing, we had to cut everything. So that 15 years is not a fair time of reference. When you can't operate your schools, which is where we're heading now, you don't do the extras. You put patches on things, you make sure the roofs are not leaking, you make sure we have heat. That's what we could do. So 15 years is not a fair reference, and there was a plan.
Yeah, I want to ask whose idea was it to explore the COPS grant? Because the first time I ever heard about a COPS grant, I thought I heard Belinda say it, and then Gary invited the person. We were talking about a COPS grant before I even knew what that was.
We had.
So we had a presentation tonight.
Correct, and it's a financing, it's not necessarily a grant.
Well,
But
yeah.
we don't know how we're financing any of this yet. And
Okay.
We haven't had
Including
that
Riverview.
conversation. We haven't had the conversation about how we're going to fund all these things that we are going to put on the agenda and say we're going to do, but we don't know how to fund it yet. Funding it is part of the conversation that should be happening at the table in a work session about we're going to do this and this is how we think we should fund it and explore those options, but we haven't done that. We haven't done that. We really
As
haven't
soon
done
as-
our homework.
As soon as it's approved, the money starts coming out of the pocket of the district. And if we learn something along the way, we don't have a plan. We haven't thought this through at all or had the discussion.
Well, we don't know how much to borrow until we have a plan.
Well, that's not the point. The point is, once we do Riverview, do we even have any money left? Are we putting ourselves in a place where we're not going to be able to operate these schools? Because going back out to the community when you're putting up new buildings, asking for operating money, is not going to go over very well.
So-
That's the point.
So let me add that the permanent improvement levy, the continuous levy, by law, Mr. Placco, would you agree, by law, that has to go into a permanent improvement fund?
Correct.
Right. That has nothing to do with the general account, the operating account, okay? So, you've been on the board, what, 5 years? Okay, I would think you would know that.
I do know that, Mr.
Okay.
Fischel, so
Okay.
instead of talking down to me.
I'm not talking down.
Yes, you are.
What I'm saying is, you're conflating the two, you're mixing the two.
No, I'm talking about the
Okay?
stuff that's on this
So
agenda.
when you look at the financing opportunities in our cash flow, okay, we have a great opportunity with our permanent improvement levy, the revenue from that, to do a loan that is very, very safe and allows us to continue to operate just like we've been operating, okay? That is not going to do anything other than start to move forward, taking care of the things we need to do. And I've said in the past, we have about $140 million of things we need to do. How much money do we have? We have to do one thing at a time, okay? We're doing Riverview. Right, we have the money to do that. We're going to do Buckeye. We can borrow money to do that. We just had a gentleman here tonight talking about it. Okay, Mr. Placco, the treasurer, has discussed, at least with me, when you look at a 10-year revenue stream, looking at $2.7 million a year, that's $27 million. And if we need about $12 million in a loan, that's very doable. We're not stretching anything there. We're actually getting something done. But you know how you get something done? You have to start the ball rolling. Okay, let me go back to the space issue. Why do we?
We've talked about the space issue. No, because you know what? We've talked about the space issue. You get on your soapbox.
Please don't interrupt me. Okay, let's go back to the space issue. Okay, this board, before I got elected to the board, and certainly Mr. Keeney wasn't here, Ms. Brewster wasn't here, sold the Haddon School 16 classrooms. We would not have a space issue today if we had those 16 classrooms. What did we get for those 16 classrooms in that whole building there? Well, we got $540,000. You know what that does for us? That's less than 1 week of operating money. In 1 week, that money was gone. Now we're looking at $18 million to replace the space. Look, we have to solve these problems. And we can't sit here and do nothing about it. We have to solve the problems. These problems are here, okay? There's nothing we can do about it now except solve them. So we're in the process of solving them. Why you want to slow it down and allow things not to happen, and if you understand construction, I think Mr. Keeney said it, Ms. Brewster may have said it, this Buckeye construction project needs to start to have some planning and things set in place so that construction can be broken, the ground can be broken at the end of school, let's say like June 1st or so, in order for this project to be successful. If we don't do that, we lose another half a year to a year, okay? Time is a little bit of the essence here. So all I'm saying is that this is a very important project. The kids are suffering over there. The staff is suffering over there. I was over there last week, and the staff administration shared some things with me. It is too tight, too uncomfortable. They need the problem fixed, okay? We as a board are responsible for that. They can't do that on their own. It's our responsibility. And I think we need to take that responsibility seriously. And so that's what I have to say about
I
it.
believe we need to take that responsibility seriously also, but I think we also need to take responsibility for the educational mission that we have in this district. And the next two agenda items absolutely do take money from the general fund to pay for some of these initiatives. And so to say that that's not affecting the general fund and the educational opportunities that our students have, that's not true, because you've got two more agenda items coming up that have nothing to do with the permanent improvement levy. Okay,
So I think we can agree to disagree, so.
Can you take the roll?
Lori Kniske,
Nope, I'm going to just call whatever. Later, what?
Lori Kniske,
Nay.
Linda Grassi,
Nay.
Denise Brewster,
Aye.
Scott Bishel,
Aye.
Dennis Keenan.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is general fund interest revenue. The Riverside Local School District Board of Education hereby approves that the increase in revenue due to the interest income is to be deposited into the Permanent Improvement Fund within 5 business days after received. This will start January 1st, 2025 and go through July 31st, 2025. Do I have a second?
Second for discussion.
So we will have to have an agenda item, if I'm not mistaken, every single month to approve that, because that's a transfer, because those dollars go into the general fund. I would also like to know, are we also taking the money that's in the general fund and all the subsidiary funds that are in that general fund? I would like to know if there's, I don't know how many, 40 funds in there, right? Sub-funds. I'd like to know if we're taking the dollars that are allocated for those funds as well.
Can we ask, I think, Mr. Placco, you've considered this, because of my discussion, asking you some questions. So let's,
I mean, I think the two issues combined.
yeah.
Yeah, so I do have some comments. Some of it overlaps both this current agenda item and the next agenda item. You know, I'm interpreting this resolution as we are referencing the general fund interest and not any other interest in any other fund, because those cannot be reallocated because they're restricted for particular purposes. As the Treasurer and Chief Financial Officer, I'm adamantly opposed to both of these resolutions. If the board approves this resolution, I will need to check with the State Auditor's Office to see if we can arbitrarily post the interest directly to the Permanent Improvement Fund that's intended for the general fund. We may have to actually, in lieu of this type of resolution, we probably would have to actually do an actual official funds transfer that designates the exact amount in accordance with Ohio Revised Code, Section 5705.14, Section E, each month that states that dollar amount. I did update the 5-year forecast to reflect this change and the change on the next agenda item, so I will pass that out now. Should the board decide to go against my recommendation and approve these two resolutions, I would recommend that we file an updated forecast with the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce, because this is a material change to our forecast. Once that forecast is received down there, you will see that in fiscal year 2028, our general fund unencumbered cash balance will now be projected at $198,476. You know, the 5-year forecast shows our fund balances at June 30th. If that is our fund balance at June 30th, it is typically lower throughout the fiscal year, so we will most definitely be borrowing to make payroll during fiscal year 2028, especially in December, January, and February, where our cash balances are historically lower at that time due to the timing of property tax payments. In future years, as we update our forecast, if that general fund balance in 2028 flips to negative, we would have to file a written proposal to eliminate deficits with the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce in accordance with Ohio Revised Code 5705.391. We had done this previously in 2016 before passing our operating levy in 2017. We are currently deficit spending, which is not unexpected or a surprise, as it's been 7.5 years since our last operating levy. Now is not the time to divert resources away from the general fund for other purposes. Historically, Riverside has kept its general fund operations separate from facility needs by utilizing the permanent improvement fund, and transferring away interest or property tax revenue from the general fund goes against these historic practices. Board Policy 6234, which is the cash balance reserve policy, that states that the board believes in maintaining a general fund cash reserve balance of 90 days true cash is necessary in the interest of sound fiscal management. Upon receiving any indication that the general fund cash reserve balance of 90 days may not be achieved at any point during the rolling 5-year forecast, the treasurer shall report that shortfall to the board, which I had done last month during the 5-year forecast presentation. This policy states that the board shall take appropriate actions at least 2 fiscal years prior to the fiscal year in which the general fund balance, cash balance, true days cash target cannot be met. That would be the current fiscal year that we're in now. So redirecting revenue from the general fund at this time directly conflicts with this established board policy. My actual performance evaluation that the board evaluates me on states that as the district 5-year forecast nears deficit spending, which is where we're at currently, we need to curtail spending initiatives with the ultimate goal of preserving the levy cycle for as long as possible. Redirecting this revenue from the general fund for other purposes is in complete opposite of this goal. The strategic plan also speaks to fiscal sensibility and states that to seek new revenue streams for facilities plan implementation. I do not believe that redirecting funds from the general fund satisfies this initiative, and expediting general fund deficit spending is simply not sound fiscal management. Also, having such a low projected general fund balance in 2028 would make certifying multi-year contracts challenging due to Ohio Revised Code 5705.412. For example, we are going into contract negotiations this spring for our OPSI union, which contract is expiring this year. That's the union that covers our bus drivers, cafeteria workers, custodians, maintenance. If our general fund balance is that low in fiscal year 2028, we will be unable to negotiate a 3-year contract, as I cannot comfortably certify that contract. Therefore, we'd have to negotiate a 2-year contract, which results in additional legal expenses as those don't fall under retainer. It would also cause uncertainty for our employees. It would also limit our ability for signing multi-year vendor contracts for various services, and would negate discounts that are typically received by signing multi-year contracts. The district will ultimately need to return to the voters to ask for additional operating levy. Accelerating our deficit spending will result in that levy needing to be a higher millage and on the ballot sooner. At the end of the day, the superintendent and myself work directly for the Board of Education. If the majority of the board decides to redirect general fund dollars to the permanent improvement fund against my recommendation and professional judgment, I will respect the will of the board and take appropriate action as long as I am legally allowed to do so. If there is any doubt, I will work with legal counsel for a formal written opinion and also consult with the State Auditor's Office for additional guidance. That's my comments on.
So Gary, when you gave the 5-year with the financial forecast, when were you projecting that we are going to have to go to the people for an operating levy?
Based on I'm thinking we're targeting 2026 in November of that year. Obviously we have to wait for the reevaluation to go through. We have not gotten those values yet. They should be coming out soon. Obviously we kind of know where it's going, but until we have it in writing, it's not certain. So that is kind of the time I was targeting. I'm hoping that we can extend that longer. Typically, we've always tried to stretch our levy dollars as long as possible and try to stay off the ballot. Obviously, with the current reappraisal and obviously with the increased taxes, we want to try to wait till things kind of calm down a little bit, as there will be an increase in property taxes to the taxpayers of the district. Just based on
moving funds would just make our ask have to be larger.
Correct.
And so if we were to move, let's say, $1.6 million, you're saying that would change the amount we have to ask in an operating levy?
Yes. because things will compound over time, we earn interest on our cash balances, so we're now lowering our cash balances in our general fund, which lowers our interest revenue going forward. If you look at the bottom of the forecast, which is it's in our forecast model, I don't typically print out with the forecast, but I did for this model. You'll just see for fiscal year 2025, if we make these changes, we will deficit spend. So deficit spending is when our expenditures exceed our revenues by about $3.6 million this fiscal year. If you look at the very bottom, the millage equivalent for deficit spending, so basically what type of levy would we have to pass, assuming we collected today, which is obviously a lag, we would need a 3.18 mil levy just to cover that deficit spending to make it a break-even year.
So you're saying we would need a 3.19 millage levy to cover
to essentially break even.
$4 million or so? I mean, and that's a high number, because what would the interest be on 1.6 million? We're getting about 4%, right?
Yeah, I have to do the math on the calculator. It's about $64,000, $65,000.
Right, so $64,000, $65,000, right, of interest, right?
Yeah.
And we're right now operating a budget of what, $55 million?
It's around there, yes.
Okay, and if we were to take approximately 1.5% off of that, you're saying that would actually change the amount of money we have to ask for an operating levy. So you're saying a couple $1 million is going to change the millage that we have to ask for?
Yes, because you're going to drain your cash balance, you need to recover that, so you need to start asking for more as you.
I know, but what would the difference be on millage? So if you're asking for an operating levy, which you've already identified, and I'm hearing you say the same thing, whether this happens or not, we're going to have to go to the people at the end of 2026, no matter what we do, because we're in deficit spending.
It's still early, we haven't really ran those calculations.
It would be a whole mill. If we're looking for $3.6 million and we're asking for 3 mills, it's almost a mill.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost a whole mill.
Just to
That's
break
a lot.
even, right?
Or just to fund the amount of money that we're asking to transfer out.
I mean, and also at the end of the day, I mean, I think there's a lot of other things in there that Gary mentioned, again, per the Ohio Revised Code, that we should be taking into consideration. I also think we have a treasurer that does a phenomenal job, and we heard Mike talk about it, and we win the audit awards. I do trust your opinion. So
I agree with that, and so what I would say, Gary, is that when we spoke, you did not bring up most of these items, so they're being brought up now, okay? So I find that a little disconcerting. So with that, of course, I'm going to back off of this move and actually vote against the thing that I had put on here. I'm sorry?
I think can you withdraw it? According to Robert's rules.
So you can postpone it to a certain time, you could postpone it indefinitely, or you can put it on the table.
Okay, so let's just put it on the table. I move to put it on the table.
I think we need to wait for Denise to come back.
Oh.
please.
I would say for the record, I mean,
we're missing some.
We had a discussion. We know that I was not in favor of this type of action. And basically, when it came to potentially moving forward with it, is when I really had to sit down and give all the reasons why we shouldn't do it. Because sometimes it's, on the spur of the moment, it's hard to get all of your thoughts.
So all I'm saying, in agreement with what you're saying, is if you had just said something, I would have just pulled it off the agenda.
Let me ask a question here.
Okay?
I kind of understand what is trying to be done here to make sure we have money in the PI fund. So let's say, the PI fund is being utilized and we have some kind of catastrophe. Can money from the general fund be used to take care of that catastrophe?
You could. I mean, I think the district's done that in the past. I mean, the general fund can be used for any purpose, but we did get into a bind. That's one of several
That's
options
an
that could
option,
be
okay.
considered.
And then something that Mr. Priscilla said that I, thought, he says if you start taking general fund and putting it into PI, then that is not looked on favorably by.
I picked up on that as well.
So maybe It's been, I understand, and this is just for a short period of time to kind of build up a better rainy day fund in the PI. And I think that's a good thing, but with all things said, maybe we should just kind of withdraw this for now and,
Well, Ms. Brewster, while you were away,
Yeah, sorry.
I moved to table this agenda
Yeah,
item.
I would agree with that.
I think we said we were gonna vote on it and just.
We're tabling it, and there will be no vote.
Yeah,
So, is there a second to table it?
I second it.
So, second by Ms. Brewster. Is there any discussion on tabling it? Well, there's no discussion on table, right? That's it. It's tabled.
We have to vote.
You gotta vote it, yeah.
Oh, you gotta vote it, right. Gary, can you call the roll?
What are we voting on?
Tabling this item, this agenda item.
Can I ask why we're not just voting,
Just vote it down.
vote it
I'm
down?
not exactly
Okay,
sure why we're tabling it.
So there's already been a motion to table it. There's been a second, so now we have to vote on that.
So the.
According to
I wanna be-
Robert's Rules of Order,
Okay, I want to be clear, we're voting on tabling it,
tabling this agenda item.
okay?
And this is an indefinite table?
Table.
Okay,
Forever.
the
Yes.
table's indefinitely, okay.
Well, it could be brought up again if someone wants to, but
Yeah.
with a vote, but
Okay.
it's on the table.
So just to clear, so we're voting to table indefinitely. I'll go ahead and call the roll.
Yeah, table.
Linda Grassi,
I think I'm voting aye.
Denise Brewster,
Aye.
Scott Fishel,
Aye.
Dennis Keeney,
Aye.
Lori Knessky.
Aye, motion carried.
Okay, and so with that, we move into the next agenda item,
If
which
you
is,
don't make a motion, then we don't vote on it. So if we're good with both, if you don't make a motion, we.
so since something's on the agenda, we can bypass it and not address it?
If nobody makes a motion or there's no second, then it just goes down
Oh,
as a.
okay,
yeah.
okay, so we can ignore it. So we ignore the next item.
All right.
All right. So that brings us to the Board of Education update. Is there any updates from the board?
I just wanted to bring up the loss of a very dedicated teacher in our district that taught here at Leroy Elementary for 29 years, Mr. Trent Norris. Anybody who had the pleasure of knowing him, just a phenomenal teacher. But he was here, as I said, 29 years. He retired in 1997. He loved teaching and his students. I've run into many people since this happened talking about it because I had the pleasure of working with him for 5 years as principal. Students just loved him, and he had a positive influence on his students that for many lasted into their adult years. And many continue to reach out to him over the years with gratitude and appreciation for having been in his class. So I just wanted to share that.
Just want to wish the district a safe and happy holidays and New Year. I think tomorrow is the big day. Everyone gets some time off, so. Any other board updates? All right, next meeting announcements. We have, oh my gosh, a tax budget hearing on,
January 8th
January
at 7:30.
an organizational meeting on January 8th at 7:45 a.m. And then we'll decide when the other meetings will be. I'm not reading the next item, not reading the other item. I'll make a motion to adjourn at 10:03 p.m.
Second.
And can you please call the roll?
Lori Knessky,
Aye.
Linda Grassi,
Aye.
Denise Brewster,
Aye.
Scott Fishel,
Aye.
Dennis Keeney.
Aye.
Motion carried.